was out to get you. People treat me like I'm an asshole, but I don't text when I drive through. I can't say that they're all wrong, no, cause I still use straws on the down low. I learned to live with these eyes, and my closet hands, and my pockets alone, we're surrounded and breathing, I'm drowning. I haven't slept in days, but who's counting you? You'd be paranoid too, cause everyone you knew was out to get you. You'd be paranoid too, cause everyone you knew was out to get you. I just rent a hotel room, light a couple candles, find out that I'm canceled, shit. But I bought a bunch of candy, as much as they would give me. At the CVS, my plan B, I might just lose my shit up at the balcony from 1 to 3, yeah, that's my purgatory, yeah, until I end it all, shit. Whoops, I got a little dark, yeah, things get a little hard when you got eyes, and my closet hands, and my pocket. You'd be paranoid too, cause everyone you knew was out to get you. You'd be paranoid too, cause everyone you knew was out to get you. Have a Britney moment and to cut it on. I got what I wanted, or at least some song. Yeah, I'm a little bit of a little bitch, so I might turn around and say some stupid shit. No, had a Britney moment and I cut it on. Cut it off. You'd be paranoid too, cause everyone you knew. I'd like to know your middle name. Let's talk about your parents and your future dreams. I'm interested but distant to a fault, and I never want to complicate your heart. I've gotta let you know.
Miss button press. But we are supposed to be live now anyway. One. Love you so. Wanna be invested. Do you feel it too? Do you feel it too?
I can be your best yet. Get your favorite regret. Do you feel it too?
Do you feel it too?
By telephone, all of the above when I'm alone. I talk a lot, but we could fill your frames with pictures of our faces till I share a name. I'm living on a target and you shot it with the narrow. Now I lost my self-control. I can't stop thinking.
Come on,
and
phone.
thinking that I've lost it all these
7% is enough. You can do
feel
it.
like my own.
You can do it, phone. 7% will last you. Come on, post that Instagram story.
I know we only just met, so
Wanna be invested. Do you feel it too? Do you feel it too?
I can be your best yet. Get your favorite regret.
Do you feel it too?
Do you feel it too?
Alright, it's not gonna be enough chat.
All of the above.
No! I'm sacrificing a monitor. I love you so. Awesome.
Gotta let you know that I think I love you so.
Oh shit. Ah, chat, everything is going horribly. Things are going horribly wrong. That's not true. Everything's fine. Hold on 1 second. Do you feel it too? How is everyone doing? What's up? Welcome.
Be your best yet. Get your favorite regret. Do you feel it too? Do you feel it too? By telephone, all of the above when I'm alone. So I'll just tell by telephone, all of the above when I'm alone.
Losing his mind.
Okay.
I'm reaping all the benefits.
Whew. Finally, we're good to go. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. How are you doing? Good morning. What's up? Hello, hello, hello. Today, am I...
enough to write a love song?
Hopefully. I don't know. I've lost the monitor. How are you guys doing? What's up? Yusuf, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate that. How is everyone's day going so far? How was your evening last night after I didn't stop to you? What? After I stopped talking to you is what I meant to say. Isn't my Messiah Complex a mega church? It's several mega churches all put together. Yeah, like a complex, like a block of flats. have one out of the other, usually. You're just stacking Jesuses. Basically, it's like a circuit, right? Watch me get circuit science wrong. It's like a circuit, okay? So when you have Jesuses in parallel, you can get double the current. But if you get Jesuses in series, like in a block of flats, like if you just stack Jesuses on top of Jesuses, then you just get, you know, more Jesus for your... I don't know. The pendant is a fucking turtle and you know it. Whew. Sorry there, guys. I don't know what came over me. It's obviously a turtle. It's a turtle. It's very clearly a turtle. To the moon! Jesus, to the moon! Right, I'm gonna go ahead and post these things that I've been trying to do for the last, like, however long, and then GG's. But welcome in, everybody! Today is gonna be a very, very fun stream. It's gonna be a really... Isn't that a fucking tortoise? Can you absolutely just get out of here, Hannah? Hi, you're gonna drive me insane. What's the difference between a tortoise and a turtle? One's bigger, right? Tortoises are bigger. It's like a cow and a sheep. Not a cow and a sheep. It's like a sheep and a goat. There's no difference. Tortoises are born and live on land. Ah, whereas turtles are water babies. I see. And there's absolutely no way to know where it was born by looking on it. Right. Because that would be weird. It would be weird if you could do that with people. Like, you could look at someone and be like, he was born in Middlesbrough. Actually, do remember that. There is someone we're going to talk about today, and you can tell just by looking at him that he was born in Middlesbrough. You can. So, maybe you can. If you look at a tortoise, you can be like, hey, that bitch was born on land. Turtles have flippers, whereas tortoises have legs. Oh! Well, that's quite a pretty big difference. Hold on. I'm going to finish posting this and then... All right, let's have a little look. Tortoise feet. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, they're little toesies. I'd show you, but I can't. I have no monitor to... Hold on, in 4% upload time. 1%. Now I can go and show you. You know them from Finding Nemo. The turtles. Yes. Yes, it's the only time you've ever seen a turtle from Finding Nemo. That's okay. Listen, it's fine wherever you get your knowledge from. I mean, I didn't know the difference. So I guess that's... that's fine. Right. I think I'm gonna play this song because it's in my head all day. And then I'll switch back to a DMCA free playlist. Dude, the dude turtles. That's how you can tell. If they're spitting facts at you and they give you kind of surfer boy impression, you can imagine them with like chip blonde hair. Then they're turtles. Otherwise, they're tortoises. So it's about vibe more than anything. No, you're telling me it's about their feet. Well, come on then. Let's have a little look-see. So that's what a tortoise foot looks like. What with their toes. Now, I swear to God, if a turtle foot looks exactly the same, I'm going to scream. Oh, look, they're webbed. Cool. Well, all right then. I thought we learned something today. That's pretty cool. Nana, thank you so much for the... Whoa, for the tier 3. Thank you. Thank you. That's so nice. You claim to not know the flippers. I did not know that they had flippers. I probably could have thought that they would have had flippers had I thought about it. As it stands, I don't necessarily spend a long time thinking about turtle feet. That's not true. I do. It's on my necklace. So therefore, is this... I can't see. This would be a turtle. Because these are little webby boys if I've ever seen them. This is a turtle. This is 100% a turtle. They're little webby boys. You can't deny. Hi, Abby. Welcome in. Snapping turtles are adorable. Super petable. Yeah, when you're at the aquarium, they love it when you put your hands in over the tank. The snapping turtles, they really, really love that. The guards who are there looking after the zoo, they also like doing that too. Harry killed a turtle and is wearing it. Well, we'll all return to rock one day, is how I think about it. You know? Where do you think oil comes from? It's your dead relatives. The cars outside are just huffing your grandmother. Oh no. It's actually from ancient alga. Oh, well, that's less fun, isn't it? That's more boring. Oh, I'm sorry, no, it's from sea moss. Okay. Oil is mostly from plants, but yeah, you guys are pissing me off this morning. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm trying to crack jokes about drinking dead relatives and driving on the fuel of grandma. I'm trying to make jokes about Webby Boy feats and whatnot, and y'all are just like, oh, turtles are water-based reptiles. Shut up! I know. Actually, I didn't know that about turtles. Shut up! Oh, actually, oils from plants. Shut up! No fun, only facts. You're right. I'm sorry. On this educational stream, I mean, no quotation marks, educational stream, then we need the straight facts. It's true. We really do. Straight facts and the gay facts and everyone in between. She was old, but I wouldn't call her ancient. No, she's oil. I think you can get oil from dead people. I think you can, you know? All right, it might mostly be plants, but that doesn't mean your grandma isn't gonna be oil. Do you know what I mean? Is that wrong of me to... I mean, it is wrong of me to say, but is it wrong to say? It's so educational. I forgot it's educational. It's the best kind of education. No one wants to know that they're learning. People want to learn, but people don't want to know that they're learning. People want to know stuff. They don't want to go through the process of knowing it. Hi, Holy Smokes, welcome in. Just put her in an oil press. You could do that, like an olive. Yeah, that's true. I like my facts twisted in a blender to keep them exciting. You never really know what's real and what's not. Much like a lot of these people we're about to talk about today. Hey, that's a segue if I've ever heard one. We've got a lot to cover today, a lot. Basically, for my lack of preparation last stream, I mean, what? I knew 100% what yesterday's stream was gonna be on. I was totally, completely prepared for yesterday's stream. I didn't just flick on a YouTube video and rehash old content. I did not do that last stream. I would not do it. Cleedum, who's watching, I didn't do that last stream. I was super prepared, but to make up for, I mean, to do as well in the same way this time, I'm super prepared. We have many a thing to talk about. We've got 5 different dudes who all think they're Jesus. So let's go. Hi, Paul Dreams. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate that. You're at least 10% sure what you were doing. At any given point, yeah. My heart was going like this in case one of you asked me any question. But you never do, so whatever. I literally say, at the end of every stream, any questions? And you guys are like, Perry, we don't know what the fuck you were talking about from start to finish. What would we ask? And I'm just like, valid. And then we move. Cleedum out of golems today. Cleedum is now clothed, and he's not goleming. He just finished whatever it was he was doing. I listen, and yeah, I think he still has to send it off to whoever it is that he was doing whatever it was for. But he'll do that, and then he should be on stream. There's no excuse not to be on stream, is there? You can't hear me. Anyway. There needs to be a Jesus Turing test. That is genius. Just checking if that exists. No, but there is a report saying the Turing test goes biblical. What does that mean? I'm not reading all that. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not gonna read all that. I'm gonna copy it in. I'm gonna copy it into ChatGPT, and I'm gonna ask him to give me a 3 bullet point summary. Give me a 3 bullet point summary. There we go. Those are some chonky bullet points, ChatGPT. You're trying to sneak around this loophole. I don't appreciate it. There was a Turing test style evaluation of the Catholic AI. Magisterium AI is what it's called. I think we played around with that. Comparing its responses on theological questions to those on a human theology professor. but it struggled. It made a lot of errors. Okay, so this isn't actually interesting. Well, it might be interesting to some people. It's not interesting to me right now. For us, for our purposes, that's okay. I thought it could have been. I was wrong. What will we do without ChatGPT? I do not remember a time before ChatGPT. I don't remember a time. I think I did the exact same thing as I do now. I think I did the exact same thing. I Googled, or I searched for a specific question. What is oil most commonly made out of? But instead of asking ChatGPT, I asked Google Scholar. And then I opened about 5 different papers. Now I asked ChatGPT to give me those papers, and then I opened those 5 different papers. So I guess nothing has really changed. It's just a slightly more convenient search system. That's how I think you should use ChatGPT. You should use ChatGPT to give you vague answers on super simple things. Maybe adjust stuff you've already made, like code, potentially. Or to point, and this is what I use it for, to point you in the right direction in terms of papers to read. Useful. Easy. Easy. Does ChatGPT pass the Jesus Turing test? We have to come up with what that would even be. What would that even mean? What would it be? The Jesus test. So like, okay, here we go. Let's see if there's something on this already. Actually, let's get Jippity involved. Hold on, I've got it. Okay, I am gonna ask ChatGPT, and you're not allowed to do this as well. You have to just listen and stay still. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT, what are 10 questions that only Jesus would know? Game show style. And I'm gonna ask you and poll it, and we're gonna see if chat or Jesus. Yeah? Or just do a magic trick. Yeah, just do any magic trick. Motherboard Mary, full of grace. Oh my god. Jesus left the chat. Jesus doesn't want to get caught. It's very scary. How are you gonna know if you're right or wrong without Jesus? Well, ChatGPT knows. So, shut up. Right! Let's do it then. I am going... We're fine. We're fine. Okay, what was I doing? Polling things. Yes, we're polling things. Okay. So the first question is this. What were the exact words of prayer Jesus whispered alone in the Garden of Gethsemane? That's Gethsemane. Gethsemane. What were the exact words of prayer I whispered in the Garden of Gethsemane? Oh wait, but it doesn't tell me the answers. Oh wait, GPT might not know the answers. Because that's the point, only Jesus would know that. And there's anything, oh yeah, this kind of crumbles really quickly. Oh, GPT does know the answers, okay, cool. Oh, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. I'm gonna decide what the right answers are. So all of these questions, no one knows. That's the point. That's the point. Jesus only knows these things. But I am gonna vibe based on what I think as a reincarnation of Jesus myself. What did I say privately? What was my private prayer in the Garden of Gethsemane? Was it? I wish there were less birds. Mary Magdalene, however you spell that, can get it. I wish chicken nuggets had been invented by now. Gardening shouldn't take as long as it does. What were my private thoughts? Go. Follow it. So no mention of the crucifixion or Judas. No. No, no. Jesus is a complicated figure, you know? He's thinking about lots of different things all at once. Just because something's happening at the time in his life doesn't necessarily mean that's the only thing he's going to be thinking about that day. You know? None of the above. How the fuck do you know? I know. Being the reincarnation of Jesus. If you get it right, then I will ordain you Jeebus just like me. The question mark on the last one. Yeah, I can maintain the seriousness of it. You can tell I'm being super serious in the rest of it. What were Jesus's or my private inner thoughts when I was in the Garden of Gethsemane? Ariana Grande thinks God is a woman. Yeah. Sure. That's not Jesus, though. This will be in the Parian Creed, I hope. Always, of course. You believe that in the private Garden of Gethsemane, Jeebus, otherwise known as me, was in there and was thinking all about, in his innermost thoughts, was about how Mary Magdalene can get it. And guess what, right? You're right. I hated every second of that. Okay, that didn't work. Right. Anyway, let me go ahead and wait, where's my bell? Cleedum said he was bringing me coffee, and I've realized that I'm slightly dependent on this being true. Thank you. I thank you. I'm a little bit dependent on this as a fact. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Also, water, if you're around, like if you're able. I know carrying a mug in itself, like up 4 flights of stairs, is already a little bit tricky, but if you could, coffee has water. No, no, it's not quite. I can do the water part. No, I can't. No, I can't. Wait, unless there is a water bottle down the side of the bed, which is probably where it's gonna be. Hold on. Excuse me! Score! It's empty. There'll be another one. Damn it! So I have a sip of this. I also have 4-day-old, what I can only assume to be Coca-Cola. I don't know where this came from. I have not been to McDonald's in a while. Because I'm better than that. I get water, please don't drink that. What, don't drink this. Did you have some? Was it weird? Where did you buy this? Where did you get this from? Oh, this was the day of you bleeding. I remember. So Cleedum came home from that party that I said I left early because I asked people if they were dyslexic and it was a weird day. Anyway, so I left that party early. Cleedum went to the party to its end and he came home bleeding. Or he said he had been bleeding and then handed me this. And then promptly fell asleep and I didn't really get any more details. I was bleeding today, here. So, if there's blood in here though, then I feel like it could be good for you. You know, the blood of eternal life or something. Must be the blood. Yeah, I'm getting a blood of Christ vibe. Keep the cup. Why? You can recycle it at a recycling point. Good old McDonald's. Did you wash the coffee corn chip pants though? Nope, same ones. I'm bringing them to DreamHack and I'm not doing laundry. I've decided. Because listen, everyone loves chips. I don't know why you guys keep saying corn chip. I don't know what a corn chip is. It's a chip. I'm British. Thank you. I don't know what a corn chip. What even is that? Is it like a Dorito? What's a corn chip? Just say Dorito, okay? There's a reason why we say Hoover and not vacuum. Give in to capitalism. Let it go. It's fine. It's a corn crisp. It's a potato chip. All chips are potatoes. Fun fact. Well, actually, that's not true, is it? Or tortilla chip. Okay, yeah. Like Doritos, but not Doritos. Yeah, like a nacho type. I get you. I understand. A poker chip, I think that's something else. I think if you tried to eat that, it might be hard on your teeth. A paint chip, that would kill you if you just ate paint all the time. Computer chips, probably better than paint? Maybe? Depends how big it is. Worse than a poker chip? French fries are potato chips and potato chips are potato chips. No, French fries and chips are different. French fries, chips, and wedges are 3 different things. And then you have crisps, which you guys call chips. Because you're weird. Everyone else calls chips snacks. Don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Don't forget potato cakes. Potato cake. Huh. Is that... Those are like the smileys, right? Like the potato smileys. Is that a potato cake? But it's baked, not fried. Like a baked potato. Well, a baked potato is something else. God, potato has so much variance, man. You can do so much with it. I don't know what any of you are talking about. French fries aren't chips in British. No. Yes, I think you guys will call them fries, regardless of what it is. But for us, we have French fries as well, and they're different to chips. I'm not gonna, listen. They're 2 slightly different variants of the same thing, and I'm not gonna educate you on this because this isn't the Google it. Google it! You have Google. You're all sat at some sort of electronic device, I assume. Otherwise, that would be very tricky, I think. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. This is an educational stream. Yes, about Jesus. Well, about people with Messiah God complexes, not about potatoes. This is an edumational stream. We want potato stream now. Okay, briefly. French fries. Fuck me. French fries are long and thin and crispy. Long, thin, crispy. Okay? Chips are thicker. You know? That's it. They're thicker. And you see, that's chips. That's the average. It's the standard chip situation. French fries are longer and skinnier. And then a wedge is literally a wedge. Like it's actually, like it's literally a potato wedge. Like it's a wedge of potato. Like if you were to cut a potato into wedges, it's a wedge, you see. You're welcome. You're so welcome. Different things. You're welcome. Does everyone feel better? Yeah, that's good. I'm glad. Potato curiosity satisfied. That's good, guys. I'm so happy for you. All right, let's do it. I shouldn't complain. I should just do these things. Oh, thank you. Okay. Don't. Not on the computer. Not on the computer. Don't hold the coffee over the computer. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yay. So I now have my 2 favorite mugs. I've got this mug. And then I've also got this mug. And it's my favorite thing in the world. Whose boss are you? My own. Be your own boss. BYOB. That's what it means, right? When people, I don't get invited to parties, so when people say on the party invite BYOB, I assume that. Be your own boss, work from home, sell Avon. Oh yeah, I am showing you a fuck ton of tits right now. This video keeps popping up on my You're Gonna Love This page. And like, I do like Zoe Unlimited. She's really, really cool. And I'm sure this video is a very insightful, educational, gripping, interesting video that she's made. But I don't know why it's pushing it so hard. Like, it's really... There are so many people that I follow. There are so many people on YouTube that I follow and so many videos that I keep seeing that keep coming back around and all of this stuff, and none are pushed as hard as the booby video. Like, for instance, this one, I don't even know what that is. Booba, should we watch it? No, we're not gonna do it. We're not gonna do it. YouTube knows what you click on. I do wonder what it's about, though. Like, what's gonna be her angle on this? Because Zoe's so cool. She's anyway. Anyway, boobs are just better. Yeah, everyone just, oh god, and then it's Rishi Sunak clips. Looking at life with D, my algorithm is fucked. Absolutely fucked. Right. I don't like how Piers Morgan is second recommended of things that I'd want to watch. That's not true. That's not true at all. Rishi clips from one set of boobs. Someone said the other day that Rishi Sunak's voice sounded a lot like the guy from In-Betweeners. Now, let me remember what his name was. Simon Bird. So if you just have an image of Simon Bird in your head, so this guy, Simon Bird, you know, from the In-Betweeners, right? If you know what that means. And then listen to this.
Do you prefer Coke or Pepsi?
This voice.
Do you ask everyone this question or not? No, I'm really funny because I am I'm a massive. So one of these things that not that many people know about me. So I collect Coca-Cola things.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You know, it's Simon. It's Simon. I saw that the other day. Raw. Yeah. People use Rishi Sunak as the idea, as an example of how cognitive, what's it called? Cognitive difference? Cognitive variance. You know when employers want to hire people who aren't all white men, you know? And so they're like, oh yeah, we need to increase our cognitive variability, our diversity. Thank you. We need to increase our cognitive diversity. There's a good, they use Rishi Sunak as a good example of how cognitive diversity doesn't always mean like not white. Do you know what I mean? Because Rishi Sunak is the richest person in the UK. He went to Eton, and he's racist. Do I have to say allegedly? No. Which means, not to be political or anything, not to be political, but it's an example of how just because he's not white and just because he's the youngest prime minister we've ever had, doesn't mean he's a good person. Unfortunately, I had high hopes, I had high expectations. He's a posh boy. How is he racist? Except in the literal sense, Kevin. Not political. Google it, Kevin. I'm not your mum. Right, let's carry on. So today we are talking about Jesus. He's your prime minister. Yeah, the one who sounds like Simon Bird, yeah. Not for long. There's a general election in a few weeks or wherever. Assholes come in all shapes and colors. That's beautiful. That's really beautiful, and it's true. It's a real testament. Just because he's not white doesn't mean he's not the whitest lad in the room. Yes, exactly. He's not going to make it, huh? No. No, he won't. No. Because no one ever voted for him in the first place, nor do they vote for the last one, nor do they vote for the one before that. And they've had their run now. Yeah. Who elected him? Literally no one. So basically we elect the party, not the person. I think that's true everywhere, right? And if the person doesn't want to be prime minister anymore, there isn't another general election. The party chooses the next prime minister to take their place. They just choose their own leader to replace them. And that happened 3 times in the last however long it's been since the general election. 3 times. Prime minister's being like, I don't want to do it anymore. And the Tory party completely without the public at all being like, well, we'll have this dick. And they just keep progressively getting worse and worse and worse. And now we have Rishi. So... 3 times in 4 years, genuinely. That's how Britain changed PMs more often than Italy. That's true. So, yikes. Anyway, there's gonna be another election, so it's gonna be fine. So, what are we... This is not a political stream. It's like gotcha. Liz only had the position as a summer job, really. Wasn't Liz Truss only in office for 3 weeks or something like that? It was 3 weeks, and she tanked the pound or something. In 3 weeks, she caused the biggest economic crash ever. And then she went, oopsie daisy, silly me, and left. That was a record. Yeah, that was a record. There was one guy before her who was only in office for like a month or something, but then he died. So, you know, it wasn't really his fault. But she abdicated or whatever the word is after 3 weeks. I missed it. I genuinely missed it. I blinked and we had two new prime ministers. I genuinely missed her being prime minister. I did not watch the news once during her reign. Oh. Liz Truss killed the Queen and tanked the economy. GG. Oh no. Imagine being second pick to Liz. True. Poor Rishi. Said no one ever. Right, this isn't a political stream. You're baiting me because I haven't. I'm gonna blame you. I'm gonna go ahead and paranoidly blame you guys and be like, you're baiting me because you know I haven't had my coffee yet, but really I just love it. Y'all should learn from the Czechs. Defenestration is a valid solution to political problems. I know that word. I've heard that word before in my history A level. The action or process of throwing someone out of a window. No. The action or process of dismissing someone from a position of... Oh, okay. You don't mean to throw them out the window. Out the window. We don't condone crime. Thank you, Bo. That's true. Will the Queen's assassination do something economics-wise? I love that we've all just assumed that she was assassinated. I mean, there was a recording. Did you guys not see about this? Let me see if I can find it for you. There was a recording about a dude. Yes, Project Knowledge found a recording over the top of her funeral service, the Queen's, where there was meant to be a radio broadcast of someone being like, oh, she's escaped, or something, as if, you know, the Queen's still alive. Now, I don't know how often they've posted since that time, so I don't know if I'm scrolling uselessly, but still, it was pretty... Listen, I was convinced. I was convinced. Oh, they have a whole post. I love this account. They have a whole post about why female rap is a sign of the end times. Tartaria, conspiracy theories. I love these guys. Very, very political with absolutely no evidence whatsoever, which is the best way to be political. If you're going to be political, do it without doing any research first. That's way more fun. Your account got shadow banned? No way. Why would they do that? No, I'm just scrolling endlessly now. I have no idea. But it's here. So this is how Perry finds her topics. True. Kind of true. It's content goldmine. It really is. It's really good. The Tartaria theory is good. I really enjoyed that stream. It was fantastic. Female rap. Yes, like rap done by females. Yes. Like if a woman speaks too quickly, then it's a sign of the end times, is what it is. Keep your women speaking slow. That's what I've always been saying, because then if you don't, then literally Satan is going to rise up from the ground and destroy the earth. Like salt and pepper. Yes, Tone. Yes, exactly. But no, today's topic was actually brought to you by, not me, by Hempmind. Come on down. Do we have Hempmind in chat today? If anyone sees Hempmind come in at any point today, scream. Just start screaming. You don't even need to put anything in chat or whatever. Just scream. Right, just like you yourself. I'll hear it. Don't worry, I'll hear it. So yeah, this stream today was brought to you by Hempmind, who said, "Hey Perry, have you talked about Quilo Boy or whatever his name is?" I don't think that's his name. His name is Quiboloy, which doesn't sound more real to me. Yes, there's a man called Apollo Quiboloy. He's from the Philippines. And he basically is the son of God. There's no other way to say it, really. He's the son of God, and he made a house, and he has people work on his house, and he has a TV show where he screams at people, and that's Quiboloy. Exactly. So let's get started. And he's our first kooky dude of the stream, but the dudes just keep getting kookier. So you carry, oh god, you carry on. Right, let me start you here. Let me just start you with a big introduction to him in video format.
The matter of
And then I will give you my rendition. Okay, here. Are you ready? Everybody ready yourselves.
Prove to me that you are a son of
There he is, there's
But that
Quiboloy.
is not a sentiment shared by Pastor Apollo Quiboloy, the most
Quiboloy.
successful of the world's self-labeled saviors.
The official coming of the Son of God was in April 13, 2005.
He was an obscure evangelist from the rural Philippines until
But you were born in
2005, when
1950.
he announced that God had appointed him Christ on earth. His
Oh, it was an
reward
appointed
for a
position, I
pure
see.
life.
Sinful thoughts, anger, lust, any of those things. You don't experience those on a daily basis?
As a human being,
Yes.
I have already overcome all of those.
Little spoiler for the beginning, for later on in the stream. He has people perform night duties. So he says that he doesn't suffer from lust and other things anymore. I wonder what the night duties are then, because I thought that I knew what the night duties meant. But if he's saying he's not into sex at all, so maybe it's like cleaning or something. You can only really catch cockroaches when it's dark, so that might be what it is. They just like sit in the kitchen and hoover up some cockroaches, as it were. Anyway.
There is no apocalypse in Quiboloy's message, no rapture or final judgment. Instead, he preaches that he is the model
Gandhi's
of
form of
Christianity.
celibacy. Oh,
and as more
God.
people follow his example, God will gradually turn the earth back into the Garden of Eden.
Do you perform miracles?
For me, the greatest miracle is the changing of that spirit within.
But healing the sick, the manifestations of Jesus' powers, you're able to do that?
We have healing.
You are healing.
Healing and miracles happening.
After taking his place as the appointed
It's like when someone asks me if I could clean or if I could do something around the house or, hey, could you do me this favor? I'm just like, listen, I think the true form of cleaning is cleaning the sadness from your spirit. Let's go get some boba, shall we?
son, Quiboloy's ministry has exploded.
Gotta brush that hair.
Plans to reach 6 million followers with his satellite
We have cleaning
TV
happening.
network, numerous publications,
There is
private
cleaning
jet,
happening
and
somewhere.
personal helicopter. All the better to avoid the bumpy road and impoverished villages that lead to the walled compound he calls the Kingdom of Jesus Christ. Here is his 5-bedroom home, surrounded by manicured gardens of imported grass.
So this is your Garden of Eden.
This is what we call the Garden of Eden
Let's
restored.
get some boba. The floor will sort itself.
It's easy to see why this
Genuinely.
claim resonates in a country where 30 million endure crushing poverty with open hearts. This family lives just down the hill, next to the dump where Pastor Quiboloy's
Kids actually
garbage
do
is-
that. I didn't know kids actually did that. I thought that was a Disney movie thing where you take a stick and you roll a hoop. I thought that was like my granddad did that, or he claimed he did that in a Disney film. But no, that's a real thing. Nothing like living in your village and struggling to make ends meet and watching your sick family struggle. And then some dude flies in on a helicopter and tells you you deserve to be there. Couldn't be me. I'm appointed Christ on earth. Look at my mansion. See you guys soon. Oh no, good old hoop and stick. It's a 1940s thing. Weird.
burn.
If you could be anything in the world, what would you want to be?
Go to heaven.
Based.
To them, heaven really could
Emos
exist
start young in the
inside
Philippines.
Quiboloy's gates. And it's why
If
hundreds
you could be
line up to
anything,
carry
what would
his
you want to be?
parasol.
Dead.
All the workers who toil in the grinding heat of the kingdom are volunteers, here to glorify the Father.
Do you get paid for this?
Juju tells me he gets $40 a week to feed his family.
Minimum wage, right?
Minimum wage.
Yeah.
And like the rest of the kingdom, he's expected to give 10% back to Quiboloy.
Oh my God, so it's
This may
less
be the
than
most
minimum wage.
beautiful spot in the Philippines. And it's paid for by people who live on $2 a day. So how do you
Does this remind you of anything? Living in a super fancy mansion with private jets and private helicopters and everything, and forcing people to give you their money and then saying that you deserve it because God chose you. Does it remind you of anything? I'm genuinely asking because I can't remember the name of it again. The prosperity gospel. Got him. It's the prosperity gospel. Yes, but Filipino style. Every mega church pastor ever. Yeah, and he's a mega church pastor. Good for him. Fluky, oh my god, wait, Fluky, did I miss that? I'm sorry, Fluky, thank you so much for the subscription for 5 whole months. Are you still here? I'm really, really sorry that I missed that. That's so, so nice of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I need to sort out my alerts, man. And Bo, thank you for the bits. Or any religious thing ever. I don't know. I think there can be some very nice places that are very community driven and community focused. I think also there can be a lot of people that will exploit their position and steal from the masses, but still. Every culty church. Oh, for sure. Worko, thanks for the prime. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Is this stream just harshing other people? Okay, so this person here, Jack, this person here, spoilies a little bit, but since you asked, this person here is a cult leader who is now evading arrest with over 100 different police officers storming down his house because he's sex trafficking Jack. So no, the stream isn't harshing other people. The stream is sharing information about this guy. We're harshing him. Are you saying we shouldn't be? Oh, come on. You spoiled the story for us. I'm sorry. Don't worry. We've got many other stories today. We've got like 4 other stories today, and we're not harshing on all of them because some of them are absolute babes. We got 4 other stories today. This is just one. You're going to be okay. The drama stream was a few weeks ago. We never do drama streams. We would never. Educational only. Well, it's not a nice thing, I'd say. Neither is sex trafficking, Jack. It makes me kind of think that, no. Neither is that, Jack. Which would you rather, huh? If you could either be sex trafficked, or there's a streamer on the internet that says, oh, look, this guy's a bit weird about you, what would you pick? Either me do a stream on you where I'm like, he's a bit of an odd duck, or be sex trafficked. Jack specifically, which would you choose? It's not a nice it's up to you. You can pick whichever you want. I mean, we don't condone crime, but stop having sex in traffic. It's so dangerous. Keep your eyes on the road, right? Anyway, let's keep going.
Your lifestyle. I mean, your watch could probably feed 100 families for a month.
If it's not God's will for me to have these things I have,
did you catch that?
You can take it away. It is God's will that we follow. If it is God's will for us to live.
So he's being asked, just to recap, because kind of threw me off there a little bit. He's being asked, hey, how come you have a huge mansion and all of this stuff, and you have that because you asked the poor people in neighboring villages to work for you for free and give you all of their money for free, basically. How come that's true, and how come you don't give more back if you're supposed to be Jesus? And this guy says, well, if God didn't want me to have a mansion, didn't want me to have a helicopter, then how come I have it? Absolutely flawless. Flawless logic. Go off. Whatever his name is. What's his name? Apollo. Like
this.
Yeah, the question ticked him off, you can tell.
You can have a broken heart looking at me, but what can you do?
But they get
God
their
co-signed the lease.
Understanding of the will of God from you.
Yeah.
And this nice young man wouldn't be holding this umbrella if he
will.
didn't believe
Been done.
the things you say.
For us here, we see everything as a ministry.
Your Honor, God wanted me to embezzle that money.
My talent is to be a leader. Not everyone can become a preacher or
Right,
have been
to the
given
follower.
a talent like me to go and lead the 6 million people.
Right. But Jesus, when he walked the earth, according to the Bible, lived among lepers and prostitutes.
I live among them.
You have a private jet.
I live
among them. I do live among the lepers and the prostitutes. They're just outside my 60 feet walls. But they're there. Beyond my 60-foot stone walls next to my car park where I store my private jet and helicopters are the prostitutes and lepers. I live among them. I have prostitutes too. I got prostitutes coming over every night, bro.
Among them. Before I had the private
You're in a walled compound with mansions.
He really is
Before
one of
this,
us. Yeah, he's for the people.
I lived among these people. Like, for example, that jet that you're talking about.
God gave
Do
it
you
to
know
me.
that in 1983, I had a revelation of that jet? That the Lord is going to give me that.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was right. Oh, shit.
It is Him who gave me that.
God gave
If
it
is
to
not
him,
His
yeah,
will,
the
how can I
jet.
afford that?
Yeah.
Well,
Kibeloy has been accused of
Flawless
kidnapping
logic. I
and
can't argue with it,
brainwashing
really.
by the parents of at least one of his followers, but he was never charged. He insists that anyone is free to leave his flock and seal their fate for eternity.
well, they go.
You can leave and seal your fate for eternity, or you can stay and go to heaven.
to hell?
It's up to them. They know that. So that's your will, you know. If you want to go to hell, no one will stop you. If you want to go to heaven and follow this way, no
Easy
one will stop you
choice.
too.
Come
Yeah,
up
it's your
with you.
choice. Do whatever.
There are three possibilities
can't
here.
tell you what to do.
You are either the son of God, or
Is this
you're
a cult? Oh,
delusional,
yeah.
or you're a very successful con man.
I respect your point of view. But I resent what you said that your followers will say, I'm a con man with a speaking ability that I've tried to con people. That is not who I am. I'm not trying to con.
Either you're telling the truth, you're delusional, or you're a con man. And I just love that he goes, I respect your point of view. Perry, you're a bitch. Well, I respect your point of view. Actually, that is what I would say. That is what I would say. That's a good line to just have all the time, you know, just for anything. People can accuse you of anything and just go, I respect your point of view, and then walk on. Wow, we learned so much from Quibeloy. Do you know what? We learned so much from Quibeloy. I see why he has followers.
On people. I am speaking the truth.
Skepticism is a cross all modern messiahs must bear. In Siberia, Viserys...
No. Spoilies. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about Quibeloy, because that gives us a nice little insight into his vibe. But let's have a little more of a look into him. So I'll pop him up on the screen. People are campaigning justice for Apollo Quibeloy, but that's jumping ahead. Here he is, being all dreamy. What a dreamboat. Put a 1 in the chat if you'd smash. He's now 74, I believe. Well, he was born in 1950, so yeah, 74. He started out as... Yes, so he was spiritual because kind of everyone where he grew up was spiritual. He's the youngest boy of 9. So he had 8 older siblings. Now, I don't know if you've seen Frozen, but when you have too many older siblings, it can give you something of an inferiority complex or getting ignored, and the poverty that your family feels is more poverty for you. I learned that from Frozen. Good movie. Anyway, and his whole family migrated from a place called Lubao to somewhere else after World War II to find better opportunities. Now, he says that when he was 14, just 14 years old, he started having spiritual visions. Here's a little pop quiz for you guys. Assuming that this isn't a straight up lie. Here's a little pop quiz, completely irrelevant, full stop, new paragraph, next page. Pop quiz. What period of someone's life are symptoms of psychosis and other mental health disorders most likely to start appearing? Or
Worku
most
says,
prominent?
My favorite thing to do instead is look right in their eyes, smile a little, then go, huh, what they all said about you really is true, isn't it? And walk away. Even when nobody said anything about them at all. Their meltdown is hilarious. Keep hubby.
So it's like fully like gaslight that bitch. I like it. I do. Well, if they're gonna talk all this to you, they gotta prepare to have it all talked back, you know? Yeah, young adulthood for sure, adolescence, late teens, early teens, middle teens, 100%. So when you're a teenager, depending, of course, on what the condition is, and there are some diagnosable conditions that you need to have symptoms of before a certain age. So for Tourette's or something, you need to have symptoms before the age of 7, right? For it to be Tourette's. It can be other things, but whatever. Is that true? I might be wrong about the numbers. It's something like that. But. And of course, mental health symptoms and conditions can start up as a result of lots of different things. They can be very late onset. You can start developing symptoms in your 50s and your 60s. And you could be fine before your life. But it depends on who you are, what it is. Individual exceptions, blah, 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 blah. But in general, especially for the genetical ones, in general, teenagehood is when a lot of symptoms for a lot of things start appearing or get strongest. So a lot of people will realize that they have a mood disorder or they start seeing demons or whatever it is when they're a teenager. And that teenagehood is usually around puberty or a little bit beyond that. So between 11 and 18, 20. So he started hearing God's voice at the age of 14. Again, these things are completely not related at all, assuming that he's not just straight up lying. These things are completely not related at all. At the age of 14, he started having spiritual visions. So he used to have dreams and he used to see the earth as like a hollow bowl that was burnt to ash. And then God would talk to him and be like, you did this or something. So yikes. Yikes indeed. Hi, Melanol. I am to bring my Lord Skynet the Destroyer into this timeline. Good luck with that. I wish you all the best on your journey. That age is usually when your superpowers manifest though too. Yes, that's true. It's a weird coincidence. And you get given your mission from God when you're around that age, yeah. Yeah. Start being able to control the weather at around that age as well, if you can. Sounds like a lovely young lad to have around. He's super, what I love about Quibbleoy is that he's just super, what's the word? He's super emotionally calm and well-adjusted. And I like that. I like that about him. So, for example, he had a prophetic vision when he was 14 that went like this. The sun shall be turned into darkness and the moon into blood before that great and notable day of the Lord come. So, you know, really normal thing for a 14-year-old to say. Can you imagine? Actually, I did have I use the word friend loosely. There was someone in school that I knew, and he would do things like push people into walls randomly and then scream Latin phrases at people he didn't like because it made them think that he was doing some sort of satanic ritual. So he would just scream Latin at people and people would be like, wow, he's summoning demons or whatever. So that's this guy, I think, as you do. Yeah, same thing. Same thing. Have you ever been an edgy high schooler? I did have one friend who literally wore a top hat and tails every single day. And no one talked about it. He was nice. People were nice to him. He wasn't bullied or anything. It just wasn't, it was just ignored. It was like, yeah, that top hat and tails, Bill. Okay, that's fine. Listen, live your truth. Do it. Fashion is for self-expression, and he's expressing that he likes tails. Tail coats. Yeah. Tail coats, not like an actual tail. Not like a furry. Like a fancy man, you know? Honestly, good for him. Exactly. Don't let peer pressure and social anxiety or whatever it is slow you down from living your role. I completely think. Perry is still goth. I am budget emo. I'm budget goth. I'm like if a goth went to H&M. That's what I describe my fashion style to be. I'm emo without any money or the effort to go and get clothes because or sewing ability. So I'm whoa, okay, listen. I wouldn't say Primark. Okay, I'm a 3 of the 4 things I'm wearing are from Primark, but that's not, I wouldn't choose, because listen, there's ethical ramifications of shopping in a place like Primark. Fast fashion isn't necessarily good, and I see that H&M is fast fashion too. Why am I defending myself? I feel like I'm a little bit above Primark. Is that bad of me? Is that wrong of me to say? Not that there's something wrong with Primark, or that you have to be above Primark. I just feel, is that bad of me? Listen, there's nothing wrong with Primark. Yeah. Oh, TK Maxx is too much for me. Too branded, too expensive. I'm below TK Maxx. I'm hopefully a little above Primark. I'm in, nah, Zara's, sorry, do you think I'm made of money? Emo of the can't be asked variant. Yes. I'm a Georgia Asda emo, exactly. I'm a Georgia Asda emo. That's what it is. Hi, Intervision. Welcome in. We're naming clothes brands is what it is. They're all very budget clothes brands. That just laugh. Just go ha 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 ha, and then we'll move on. Emo, but the emotion is ennui. Thank you, Yusuf. Thank you. Yeah, shame on you defending your shopping habits. Werko hasn't bought clothes in 3 years. How? Did you buy nice stuff and now they've like lasted for a while? Because my clothes don't last 3 years. Like, look at this. Ban Reddit, thank you for the follow. And Nana, thank you for the bits. Damn. Thank you. So I bought this top about a year ago and it's all coming off now. It's starting to peel apart, which is upsetting. And I could sew that potentially, but I don't know how to sew. So I'm just going to wear this every single day until it rips in more than 3 places, and then I'll buy a new top. Every single pair of my jeans has a hole all the way down from navel to ass crack. Just spread apart is what my jeans are. Not these ones. These are my new ones. I got these 3 months ago because of the... Yeah, I can. Yeah, because once that happens, it's time to go. I had shoes. My last pair of shoes lasted me 7 years. I was really proud of them. 7 years. But then they had holes everywhere. You could literally see my toe. I had to wear socks the same color as the shoe because you could see my sock through it. And one time I wore red socks with black shoes. They're black, and you could just see a big red toe in the middle, and then the soles cracked in half. So every time it started raining, the floor didn't even have to be wet. It would just start raining, and my feet would be soaked through. And I was like, okay, listen. I think it was the day that the day came when I was watching Breaking Bad. This was very an enlightening day for lots of different reasons. I was watching Breaking Bad, and there's one scene where they go into a literal crack den, like an actual crack den, with people that are very unwell, right? And they go in, and that scene woke me up to 2 different things. One, my God, do I need to clean my house? Because the room that I was sitting in looked very similar to the crack den, like it was actually comparable. So I was like, my God, oh my Lord, I need to clean. And then, and the second thing was I looked at my shoes and I looked at the characters' shoes and I was like, I also need to go shopping. Their shoes were nicer than mine. They functioned. Yes, the shoes were dead, but you made them live for 7 years. Yeah, I don't want to throw things away unless I know they're dead to me forever. And sometimes, listen, as shoes, you can still put on the pair of shoe. It still looks like you're wearing shoes, and therefore they serve most of their function, right? You know? Yeah. I won't buy anything new unless I need to. Shoes are performative. Exactly. Exclusively performative. Hi, George. I like to say, and I think this is true, that my intention is to do a PhD. I just don't know when. Basically, I was gonna take a year out after my master's and take a bit of a gap before I jumped into a doctorate. And then in that time, I was gonna keep streaming, because why would I stop streaming? And then streaming kind of got real fun and cool. And now it's now. And I haven't applied for a PhD yet. And it's been like more than a year. So that's kind of what happened. It's still my intention to do a PhD. I'm just kind of seeing what happens here, I guess. You have to attend lectures to be able to do a PhD first, you know? I feel like you're projecting, Wacko. You actually don't. You actually don't need to attend lectures. It's a lie. Just watch him on 3 times speed afterwards. Do it on stream. A PhD, I think that's illegal. Isn't it? To live stream lectures from the university? That's, I think that's plagiarism. Why would that be illegal? Because it's the property of the uni. You can't live stream private professors' lectures. It's, what's the word? I should know it. It's copyright. It's huge copyright. Education shouldn't be illegal. You're so right. You're so right. This can be our protest. This could be our protest. Nana, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. That's so nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Some unis streamed lectures during lockdown. They did, but to people who went to that uni. You know, like they streamed it to people who had paid for it. Listen, I will absolutely, wink wink, send you lecture materials if you so want, wink wink. I mean, I wouldn't do that. I would never do that. But we got to keep it on the down low, babies. We have to keep it on the down low. It must be a Discord only event. I would never do that because that's illegal and immoral. You wouldn't steal a car. You wouldn't kick a policeman. So, anyway, what were we talking about? What's his name? Quilo boy, Quibo boy, Quibo Loy is this guy's name. Right. Yes, so he was the youngest of 9. If you've seen Frozen, you know what that means. He lived in poverty, blah, 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 blah. His family moved during World War II. We've talked about this all this time. Remember this. He started having spiritual visions when he was 14 about seeing the Lord and being spoken to. And he doesn't preach about apocalypse doomsday stuff. He doesn't mention it, but he said he had visions of apocalypse doomsday stuff, but whatever. Hi, John Perry. Welcome in. How are you doing? You wouldn't download a toaster. You would not do that. Oh, did you see that? Oh, I'm not going to tell you. There was a girl who dropped her phone in the bath, but the phone was plugged in and was charging. Guys, safety is important. If you drop your phone in the bath, you'll be fine. If you plug in your phone and then drop that into the bath, you will not be fine. Don't plug in stuff. Thank you. Yeah, very sad. Anyway, let's not linger. Just a little safety PSA there. Don't plug in shit and bath. Not smart. Never use a plug ever. No, very dangerous. Very dangerous. Well, there goes my plans to make toast in the bath. I'm sorry. You have to make the toast before the bath, and then you can butter it in the bath, though. You'll be a little butter bath baby. You know? You can do that. Stranger, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. But I enjoy my toast in the bathtub. You can butter it in the bath. Or you just do it really quick. Like, you have it fresh and you have the bath ready. Do you know what I mean? The Prince, thanks for the follow. Instructions unclear. Knife stuck in plug socket. Bath bombs, yes. Bath cords, no. Exactly. I would have thought that had hurt someone. There shouldn't be more than... I wouldn't have thought that would hurt someone. There shouldn't be more than 3 amps in that wire. I'm not a bath expert. But there it is. Only plug you should use in the bath is a... Okay. Thank you, Mrit. Oversharing. Get out of the bath for your toast. Would you toast and then bath, or bath and then toast? Because if you're... I'm imagining no one's like clothing themselves or drying themselves, right? You just straight out the bath, run downstairs in all your form. You're like a little moist seal just kind of flapping around is what you are. And then you go and have toast. I just think you're going to get crummy, you know? You're going to turn yourself into like a pre-battered tofu is what it will be. You know when you rub tofu in flour and breadcrumbs before you fry it, or you're supposed to? That's what you would be if you had toast straight after the bath. You'd be a moist crumb seal. Exactly. Like a sea bass with like lemon rind is what you would be. And no one, you might want to eat a sea bass with breadcrumb and lemon, but you don't want to be the sea bass with breadcrumb and lemon. Do you know what I'm saying? Then why have it in the bath? Because when you're in, why would you? Well, you're in the bath. So what is a breadcrumb in a bathtub of water? Do you know what I mean? It's like saying, oh, I don't want to go out in the rain because the rain is... That's a bad example. I don't want to drink this glass of water because there's a microplastic in it. That's also valid. I don't want to breathe in air because there's 0.1% dust in it. Do you know what I mean? It's like a single breadcrumb in a bath is not going to damage you. But if you're already moist and sticky, like some glue, sticky like glue, and then you eat some breadcrumbs, or you get crumbs on your sticky like glue body, that's bad. You become like sandpaper, but on other stuff. So it wouldn't be good for your skin, it would just be bad for the walls or something. I don't know. Astral, please help me. So, this is Kibo Loy. And I don't know what we're talking about. This is Kibo Loy. He's a weird boy. He grew up with 8 older siblings. Anyway, he thought that he was having prophetic visions when he was 14 about the Lord and Savior, etc., etc., etc. Now, he wanted to be an engineer. Put a 1 in the chat if you're an engineer, in whatever capacity. I know it's literally every single one of you. Don't pretend. Every single person in chat is an engineer. Merit's crying about it. Sort of. Ooh, tell me more. No, you got, for people who aren't engineers, what do you do? I have a maths degree. Somehow that feels worse, doesn't it? Why? I had a nightmare that I did a maths degree. I actually did. 2 nights ago, I had a nightmare that I was taking a maths degree and I was in my final year of doing maths and I was like, I can't do this. I don't want to do this. This is not the one. And I'm good at maths. Well, I was. I got an A star at A level with further maths, mechanics and statistics, and then did 4 years of, like, I'm fine with maths. A stars, baby. But not to brag or anything. I'm just trying to give myself some credibility. But so it's not the maths that was the problem. It's just the concept, the idea of doing maths as a degree. Genuinely a nightmare. I woke up sweating. I'm not exaggerating. What were you specializing in your dream? Just maths. My dream didn't really go into much detail. I think space maths. I wouldn't go ahead and say it was astrophysics because I don't think it was that thought through, but it was space maths. Are married people allowed to be engineers? Only unhappily. Unhappily married people can be engineers, but if you are in a good relationship, then you get kicked out of the engineers club, is what I've heard. Like space numbering. Yeah, space numbers. Alien mathematics. I can do integrals like nothing in my dreams. Does anyone still have nightmares that they're still stuck in school at the age they are now? Yes, all the time. All the time. But usually I'm literally stuck in school. Like the school is locked and dark and also kind of overtaken by plants and there's like a zombie apocalypse. But actually it turns out that it's not just the zombies you have to worry about. It's also the other faction of the school, which usually includes the boy that I had a crush on at whatever age I'm supposed to be in this dream. And he is the leader of the opposing gang. And he says that he loves me, but then he kills me. That's how those dreams go. I have those a lot. And also there's a swimming pool. I've never been to a school with a swimming pool, but there's always a swimming pool in these dreams. Empty, obviously, taken over by plants, but still. Just me? Y'all never have locked in school, zombie apocalypse, nightmare, dreamboat, dream boy dreams? No one? It's not that weird, guys. Yes, thank you. There you go. There we go. I think if someone sleeps next to Perry, they'll probably die if she reacts in her dreams. I do flail. I do. Perry wants to go swimming. I do want to go swim. I can't swim. That might be why there's an empty, really deep swimming pool. I can't swim. Hey, maybe that's what that means. Maybe it's the fear of falling and drowning. Maybe it's a representation of my known weakness. If there was a flood, I'm fucked, basically. So maybe that's what it is. It is a physical manifestation in the dream world of my own knowledge of my own limitations. In that, damn! Thank you, Freud. You've helped me out here. Never had a zombie apocalypse dream with the Dreamboat Men, but I still have time. They're pretty good. They're pretty good because you get like the drama, you get the romance. Do you know what I mean? It's always about one boy in particular. He was mean to me when I was 8. He was mean to me, and he formed the foundation of every single celebrity crush I've ever had since. So, And he's always in my goddamn zombie apocalypse dreams. Get out of my head, Gabriel. Do you own floaties? Just in case. I don't. No. Are you a deep sleeper? No. I feel like if you're not and people wake you up in the middle of the dream, they're gonna get decked out of reflex. You did that? You hit someone because they woke you up? Well, they shouldn't have been waking you up. What was the context? Do you remember? What were you dreaming about? That's so exciting. That's so exciting. Fuck you, Gabriel. Yeah. Anyway. Sorry, this is Quibo Boy. What's his name? Quibo Loy. It's Quibo Loy. So he thinks he's the son of God and he's having spiritual visions, and I'm not going to get distracted again. So I'm going to block you out and we're just going to talk about Quibo Boy. So yes, he did originally wanted to be an engineer. Like so many of you. He originally wanted to be an engineer, but he was poor, and Bible college allowed you to have like free board and free meals and stuff. So he was like, sick, bet I'm going to go to Bible college. So that's what he did. Apparently he kept having more and more and more spiritual visions, and he felt like he was on this path chosen by him. And then in 2019, well, he became a pastor for a long time. So he's 74 now. So he became a pastor. He set up a church called the Church of Jesus Christ or something, or the House of Jesus Christ. There's something of Jesus Christ. The Kingdom of Jesus Christ. So it's not very original, but that's what he came up with, and he was leading that for a while. In 2019, he said that he stopped the Cotabato earthquakes by command. So there was earthquakes in a place called Cotabato, one can assume, province. And he said that he, as it was happening, from his command, stopped them. Because he's Jeebus and, you know, wields the power of God or whatever. But he can't do miracles, but he can stop earthquakes. Jesus Christ! Indeed. Indeed. Yes. He does look very good for 74. He does. Private jets must agree with him. Yeah, it's almost like doing nothing and lavishing in life and having people clean up after you and feeding you the best food of everything keeps you young. Someone comes in. That's what night duties are. It's nothing weird because remember, he doesn't like sex. He doesn't feel lust because he's Jesus. So night duty, when women have to perform night duties, that's what it is. They come in with a syringe and they're just retinol, Botox. And that's why he looks so youthful. You shall not quake! Hi, Dragon. Welcome in. The power of cash compels you. Is it only women doing those? Yes. I think that it's only women doing night duties. Yeah. Which I think shows a lack of ambition. It's like, why pick one when you can have it all? Do you know what I mean? It's like, where's your drive? Anyway. So he said he stopped the Cotabato earthquakes, but then everyone was mean to him about it, and they were like, no, you fucking didn't. You didn't stop the earthquakes. People lost their lives. Don't be such a little dick, Quibo Loy or whatever his name is, right? And so he decided that the best thing to do was to not stop the next Typhoon Kamuri that raged through the Philippines. So there was a typhoon. And he didn't stop this one. He came out publicly and was like, I didn't stop this typhoon. I could have, but I didn't because you guys were mean to me last time I stopped the earthquake, so this is what you get. So Quibo Boy is a bit of a dick, to be honest. I mean, there's crimes that he's committed that we're gonna get onto, but like he's a bit of even just now, it's not very Jesus of him. No, it's a little bit wrathful. It's a little bit angel. Like nice flex. Yeah, he's petty. He's a petty boy. Is who he is. He's a Quibo petty boy. That's what it is. Now there's another. So he said, actually, I'm gonna have you guess. Hi, Pegfax. It's a bit Old Testament God of him. It really is. Wait, Pegfest and Dumblock, you guys have been following me for years. Did you unfollow and refollow? Either way, that's fine. Thank you for doing that. Stranger and Prince, thank you for the follows too. Hi, Johnny. Welcome. He's a mean Jesus. Yes, he did. Yeah, yes, he is. So, yeah, he said that the Omicron variant of COVID was also because of him. Now, or related to him. Why did he say that the Omicron variant started killing people in the Philippines? What happened? What does he think is the reason why the Filipino people were being punished with the Omicron variant? What is the reason? What does he say? Guess. It's because of the gays? Actually, no. Actually, I don't know what his stance is on the gays. Because of sin. Excellent guess, but actually, no. Because he didn't have a new house, they weren't giving enough money. Awesome guesses. Wrong. People didn't believe in his power. Closer. They didn't pay him tithes. Awesome guesses, but no. Because he has to pay taxes and he's a sovereign citizen, god damn it! No. They were being mean. That's the closest. They were being little meanies. Aliens. No. They didn't wash their hands. Well, too close to the truth. Any more guesses? So, remember the Omicron variant was in like 2020, 2021, I think. So, this was the point where the US government were denouncing him. To be fair, you guys don't know this, but the US government were denouncing him as someone who was doing all of these crimes and someone who was a cult leader, etc., etc., etc. So there was no way you could have guessed this. I'm sorry. So he said that the Omicron variant of COVID came about and started killing people again because the US government didn't like him, and that if they stopped oppressing him, then COVID would go away. He thinks COVID happened because the US government didn't like him. So it's a little if he genuinely believes that, it's a little delulu. No. He thinks he's a scarecrow. Yes. It is a perspective. It is definitely a perspective of many. So what are these crimes? Why did the US government and the Filipino government and everyone not like him? Let's dive deeper. There was a woman who sued him. We can go somewhere for this, I think. Yes. No. Before I tell you this, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about his riches. So I told you that he lived in a house, he had lots of different followers. He said millions of people were following him, and he had a TV network, and he was kind of a big deal. Here's his TV network. Oh, fuck you. What do you mean?
Wherever you are,
we'll be watching.
We're there.
Oh God.
Sunshine Media Network International brings Davao City to the world.
Woo! They have rides?
And the world to Davao City.
My guy needs to blow his nose.
Sunshine Media Network International, from Davao City to the world.
Woo! Brings me back. So that's, yeah, it's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. Do you want to see his Christmas greetings? Secondhand embarrassment here as a Filipino. I'm sorry. You don't speak for him.
From the Pastoral House in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, I
He's
am
in Canada.
sending my
Represent.
warmest kingdom greetings to all full-time miracle workers.
Why is he only in one
our
of my ears?
dedicated
Oh.
administrators, ministers, and coordinators.
I really need some
all
subtitles.
faithful citizens of the Kingdom Nation all over.
Listen, I don't pride myself on my lighting, okay? I literally have the same lights he has. I have 2 hue lamps. But my God, really? You put a blue one up there and a red one down. What do you... This is horrifying light placement. I mean, you can sex traffic and you can defraud people and you can do some visa shenanigans, but goddamn, fix your lighting. Oh my... Where is your tree? Hey, that's a good point. I don't have a Christmas tree. It's not fucking Christmas! I'm just making excuses. I should have a Christmas tree. What are you saying?
I'm also taking this special opportunity to greet our dearest viewers and radio listeners, covenant
Who
partners,
is shuffling
covenant
papers in the
members,
background?
and sympathizers, those who have been regularly
So he doesn't forget his
following
line.
our
Okay.
programs via
What about
Sunshine-
this one? 2019. I don't know if this is his church anymore. It's just, it might be a church. I think it is his church. Absolutely so cool. Happy Christmas, everyone. This isn't Christmas anymore. Merry Christmas. I'm convinced. I'm joining. That's cool. Look how happy they are. We love the leader. Wait, let me check this is actually still his church. Okay, so chat. Not only is this not his church, it's also not even Filipino. This is a completely different Chinese church. So I'm just gonna go ahead and go back. My bad. But I'm glad fuck off! I'm glad we saw it though. You know, I liked it. I enjoyed it. Not at all relevant whatsoever. But this is for Thanksgiving.
Hallelujah!
Hallelujah!
Praise the name of the Almighty Father.
I was getting
All
pumped.
Glory, honor,
Yeah.
praise, and thanksgiving be to Almighty Father, our Lord Jesus Christ, the Creator of all, and to His appointed Son, our beloved Pastor, Pastor Apollo C. Kibuloy, whom He has made,
Kibuloy!
anointed, and appointed
They don't have
as
drums,
the King
I
of
know.
His new creation,
That's what differentiates a
His
church from a
kingdom
cult.
nation, His
Drumming.
New Jerusalem, and to all the sons and daughters of the Father, whom He has permanently and
They're all dressed in white.
from
Please
the
note that.
Today, we
So
stand
unoriginal.
in victory as we welcome the new year 2011, and we thank
Aw,
the
guys.
Father for the year that was, the year 2010.
Appointed son, yeah, it's almost like he chose to be Jesus at the age of like 40 or something and then didn't really think anything about it beforehand.
Leading us in glory, in
I'm not gonna lie, their mesh t-shirts are amazing. Give me that mesh. I do love a bit of mesh, me. I didn't vote for him to be Jesus though. You think you can outspeak the will of God? They have drums!
Sons and daughters of the Father all over the world.
Woo! Now we're talking! It is a nice blouse! It is! It really is! They're all in quite nice blouses.
Let us declare the Father's glory.
Praise the leader!
Let us lift up
Woo!
His holy name.
Merry Christmas! Oh yeah, I'm feeling it. Someone is absolutely popping off on the trumpet. It's 100% a cult. I mean, yeah. Looks like they took over a basketball court to praise the leader. Where is this going? There'll be a climax, and I'm not sure where it is. All hail the leader! Oh yeah, he got some trombone action. Praise be you,
Matty
Miss-
Party says, praise be you, Mrs.
Thank you, Maddie. Thank you for the bits. I'm just gonna leave this going, I think. I think we're gonna watch the whole thing. Why would you cut off the Son of God in his performance? Do you think he's there on the trombone? Can we see him? He's not here. Where is Kibbo Boy? Where is he? The climax is in the giving. Ah. He's gonna pop out of a cake, I think. Where do you think he's gonna appear from? He's gonna appear. He's the one drumming. No. I really believed you for a second. I really believed you. I was like, no shit. That would have been good. Where do you think he's gonna come from? The sky? He could fall down from the sky on like ropes. Yeah, they did that on one mega church. Santa swooped in. I don't feel that for this though. I think he's probably just there. I think he's probably just sat down and he's just gonna stand up. I think. He is 74. You have to take that into account. If he's drumming, I will absolutely cry with joy. You'll be shot from a cannon. Pop up like Psy. Yeah, there'll be an understage lever. That's what it'll be. And the reason he hasn't appeared yet, they're buying time because someone pulled the wrong lever. Is she crying? It's because they won't let her leave. She has to perform night duties later. That's not a joke. That's not a nice joke to make. She was sobbing with, I assume, terror. For USA viewers, call that number. Don't call that number, guys. Well, you can. I'm not your mum. This was posted in 2011, though. They're still going. They have to delay because they're like, shit, where's Kibbo Boy? They're like, no, do another verse. Do another verse. We don't know where he is. We can't find him. Keep going. You guys feeling emotional? Where do I turn in my application? I'm so on board. I want. That bitch is sitting down. You stand up. You show respect for the leader. Oh, she's in a wheelchair. Oh. There's no excuse. That's a baby over there. There's a baby. That person's not in white. Kill him. The disrespect is phenomenal. Oh, there's some screaming happening. Is the leader here? I still think he's gonna like fall down. I think he's gonna pop out of a cake. I think that's a cake in the middle, and he's gonna. Oh, they're in the end part. They're outroing. Does this mean that he's gonna be here soon? I can only imagine they're stalling for time. He's gonna descend from the roof. Put a 1 in the chat if you think there'll be a descend. Put a 2 in the chat if you think there'll be a pop-up. Put a 3 in the chat if you don't think he is gonna appear. Put a 4 in the chat if he's actually been here the whole time and we just didn't see him. Put a 5 in the chat for something else. King of delayed gratification. He's edging us right now is what he's doing. They're all crying. They all have the same hairstyle. Glory and honor. Glory and honor to him. Glory and honor to him. I'm just feeling the vibes, man. What a production. Where is Kibbo Boy? I'm starting to get rageful. I paid to see Kibbo Boy. How long is this video? I don't want to know. I don't want to check. He's in a fucking t-shirt. The bastard. He's the sacrificial lamb next time. That's why they zoomed in on him. They saw the boy in the fucking football shirt and they were like, that one. Oh, we're going in again. Oh, it's a drumming solo. This is a weird Kanye West concert. I feel like Kanye is about a month away from doing something like this. So many key changes. They still can't find him, Marilyn. They still can't find him. They're panicking. Do it again, but another semitone up. Keep going, keep going. They keep edging us, man. I feel so edged right now. Glory and honor to him. Did I tell you guys I sung in a choir? I'm kind of a professional. Not to. He's in the restroom. My guy's just trying to take a dump and everyone keeps going. Oh, they're still going. They're really stalling. But this time it's the boys only. Let's go. All them boys in the back, show us what you got. Oh, he really feels it. That guy doesn't know what's going on. The dementia's hit hard for that one. Please tell me this finishes soon. You want to finish? I don't know, man. I'm kind of enjoying it. You can see why I stopped singing in a choir. How dare you? How dare you? One more time from the top. Acabo! Is that what that means? I don't remember. Maybe his mum forgot to wake him up. His 100-year-old mother. If they go again, I'm gonna cry. Are they going to? Oh my god, they will! They're still going! Everybody! How does she have any tears left? We've been here for hours! Key change. Key change. This is part 1? Surely that's the end. Oh, there we go. Alright, where's Kibo Boy? They found him. Is he gonna pop down from the ceiling, pop down from the floor, or was he there the whole time and we just missed him? If I don't see Kibo Boy, I'm gonna absolutely rage. Where is he? Now it's the instrumental version. They're gonna start the instrumental. Oh, we're singing another song. Oh. Oh, but this one's kind of jazzy though. Oh, we got solo. It's Elvis reincarnated because he's Jesus. He can do that. And he loves me. More precious than silver. It's more precious than gold. Okay, no. Oh my god, this was an hour long. Do you know I would have just played the whole thing? This is an hour long. Chat, I'm sorry. I would have just stayed with it. Right, where the fuck is Kibo Boy? I was gonna watch the entire service. Where is he? Okay, they start having speeches around here. Who the fuck are you? You're not Kibo Boy. You'll never be Kibo Boy. Is he? I don't know. He looks really good for his age. That could be him. Nah, he stumbled. You're not a good public speaker. This guy is sobbing but from his forehead. Is that Kibo? Send your tithes in. Well, he's got his party line. He's not even here! Alright, there's what's her face. Kibo comes last. He's selfless like that.
Hallelujah!
Hallelujah! That's over.
All the glory, all the honor, praise, and thanksgiving to Almighty Father.
Is Perry intentionally calling him Kibo Boy, or has she forgotten his name? A little bit of both, if I'm being honest. Sometimes it's because I forgot, sometimes it's on purpose.
Hallelujah!
Hallelujah!
Praise the name of the Father. Truly, we bless the Father for the triumph that He has wrought for us through
Okay,
His
but where is
appointed
Kibo?
Son. We are so thankful that right now we are standing here.
Oh, little voice break.
Everything is now
She
accomplished.
just loves it so
Everything has
much.
been finished and everything is
She
set up.
loves it. It's okay.
Blessed
It's all
are
right.
we.
Blessed be the light. I'm skipping. Here's another one. We're not going to listen to the songs. This is a cover of another song. So we've got a soloist. Now, the reason I wanted to show you this one is because this stage is where a lot of his YouTube videos are. So he has, well, not YouTube videos, but he has lots of videos and news things. He's got his own TV channel, right? And this is where a lot of it's from. And I just love its vibes. It looks like something out of a, it looks like something out of Star Trek before they got a fashion update. Do you know what I mean? It looks like something that you would have. Oh, she's harmonica-ing. Like, look at this. The screen and the LED and the ceiling and the clouds in the ceiling and the purple carpet and all the hexagons. This is OG Trek vibes. You'd look good on that stage. I look good on any stage, sir. Anyway, you get it. You get it. Yes. Do you torture your viewers like this every single day? Yes. Yes, I do, but I call it fun. You might call it torture. And that's all right. That's all right. You just have to show up. We'll do the rest. For my favorite ever sermon ever. And for me to have a favorite sermon, it's not really saying much because I think I only know one sermon. And it's from Midnight Mass. But if you haven't seen Midnight Mass, you should watch Midnight Mass for that sermon. It's so good. Watch Midnight Mass. It's on Netflix. It's really good. Hashtag sponsored. I'm not sponsored. Midnight Mass. It's so good. Don't Google it before you watch it. Don't even talk about it with anyone. Don't tell anyone anything about it. Don't ask anyone, hey, should I watch Midnight Mass? Do not mention to anyone that you're watching Midnight Mass until you finish it, because my God, will there be spoilers? My own fucking family, okay? My own fucking family, right? They said, hey, Perry, there's a new show. I'm not going to spoil it for you. I'm going to be careful. Hey, Perry, there's a new show you should watch. Basically, yeah, it's really cool. So it's this, but really it's this. And I literally said, that sounds great. I'm going to watch it. And they said, yeah, because everyone thinks that this is what's going on, but actually this is what's going on. It's like, bro, in the same sentence, in the first sentence. And so I watched it with Cleedom and I had to keep my mouth shut. And then when he was surprised, I was like, oh yeah, crazy. Don't mention anything to anyone. Don't tell anyone you're watching it because they'll be like, oh, have you found out this yet? Did you show it to Quibo Boy? Quibo Boy doesn't like it because he prefers, I guess, sex trafficking. What is this? What is this? They do have a game. Do they have a game show? No, it's more songs. I'm sorry, if this isn't The Price is Right, I don't know what is. What is the floor? This is beautiful. Everything about this. I want this to be my house. It's Top of the Pops. It is Top of the Pops. That's exactly what it is. Great, now we know there's a twist. There's always a fucking twist. If you watch a TV show and there's no twist, you know what I call that? A documentary. No, even documentaries have twists. If there's no twist in the show that you're watching, you're watching like Nature Co. or something. You're watching The Great British Countryside. What is it called? Country File. You're watching Country File. That is the only show where there's no twist, okay? And why would you waste your time watching Country File? Put a 1 in the chat if you like Country File, and let's ban everyone. Some Disco. I absolutely love it. These must absolutely roll around like little bingo balls. I can't imagine anything else. Country File. Really? Trick question. I watched one episode of Country File. There was a squirrel, and they were like, oh shit, there's squirrels in this hole, so we're going to put a camera in this hole so we can watch the squirrels. And then they're like, damn, there are squirrels. And I enjoyed it for a hot minute, and I was like, shit, there are squirrels. That's really cool. I've never seen a squirrel this close. That's awesome. I want to see what they do. And then they showed me what they do for an hour. And I thought, okay, juicy, something's going to happen. But no, the squirrels just went on and they took the camera out and they were like, so that's squirrels on Country File today. And you know what? Now that I'm saying that, it was a really good time. I really enjoyed it. Watch Country File. I miss Country File. Just watch Attenborough vids. Yeah, Attenborough's pretty good. No one can top David Attenborough. I hope he doesn't turn out to be a nonce. That's a wild statement to make. It's just, listen, all of these iconic people, they turn out to be whatever. So I wouldn't go get an Attenborough tattoo until he's like been dead for 70 years, and then you can get a tattoo. What were you expecting the squirrels to do? I don't know, pick a fight or something? Start gambling? I'm not sure. Anyway, let's keep going. So basically, that's Quibo Boy, or it's his it's getting, my pronunciation's getting worse. It's his followers doing Top of the Pops for a Quibo Boy. So now you've got I got an idea of it. Here is another link that I put in my notes. I don't remember what this is to.
Is a Sunshine Media Network International, legally operating as a Swarasag
Why did I
Media
save this?
Corporation, is a media network with programming
Oh, they won an award.
beyond news.
Oh yeah.
Encompassing a wide range of topics, including political affairs.
They talk about
public
politics in their
affairs, and
church?
public service. To remain at the forefront of the media industry, SM&I
That's awkward
has
now, isn't it?
embraced
Best cult
technological
2022.
advancement, launching a new...
Do you think now they're like kicking themselves, being like, damn it, do you remember that time we gave a best television award to that 100% sex trafficking cult leader dude? Do you remember? This is the least award-looking award of all time. They shouldn't have combined metals. They should have made her all one metal, you know, the silver and gold is too much. Why is she so sexy as well? No, I'm fine with her being sexy. Why does she have a sword? Is she stepping on a snake?
Responding to natural disaster.
She is stepping on a snake.
Providing educational support and extending assistance to those in need. In recognition of its contribution, SMNI has
extending help to those in need. Shall we dive a little bit deeper into what that help entails? How does Quibo Boy help people that are in need? Let's find out. So here he is again, just so you've got him in your little mindsies. Believing he's the son of God, he has made a church, a very famous church, as you can see from all of that and shenanigans that we just looked at. And he gets all the money from that because he tells people prosperity gospel. He tells people you need to give me all your money, basically. And then he has people work for them, but he's the son of God. So they expect to be paid. And then if they do expect to be paid, he pays them minimum wage, but then asks them to give more back in tithing to the church. So, yikes. He has a huge 5-story mansion on its own private grounds with private helicopters and all of this stuff. And a bunch of people live there so long as they perform certain duties. So you got the cleaners, you got the cooks, you got the gardeners, you got the people that follow him around with just fans all day. Genuinely, like an Egyptian princess. That's genuinely what he does. And then you've also got the wives. The wives. So he elected certain people to be his wife. I mean, that's fairly straightforward. Here is one of his ex-wives talking about how he chose his wives.
He chose his wives. What kind of woman did he like?
I like the way she
to
says woman.
elevate into the position of a spiritual wife.
Spiritual wives, they were called.
You know, that's really a hard question to me, because if I answer that truthfully, I would feel that, or people would interpret that as I was pulling my own chair.
Oh,
because
I love that. She doesn't want to say that wives had to be pretty because she was a wife. And she's like, I don't want people to think that I'm bigging myself up. I love her. I'm sorry for her trauma.
Number one is you have to be attractive. To be
Babe,
in the pastoral.
Rocket, you are.
Why either your inner circle or innermost circle. You have to be attractive, and then you have to be obedience. Like you don't question
Fiona Harvey all over again. No,
whether you understand or not.
It's the opposite.
You don't question. It's called for absolute obedience.
Gotta show him your innermost circle.
There were people who are absolute obedience.
Put a 1 in the chat if you're pretty and obedient. If you're pretty and obedient, then you could be one of his spiritual wives. Pretty and obedient people. Are you submissive and breedable today? Who's feeling submissive and breedable today? 1s in chat. I expect them from all of you. Amazing. I'm ugly and obstreperous. Don't even know what that word means. My God. You go off. You're fine. You're pretty obedient, but you're not necessarily pretty or obedient. Oh, I'm sorry. Everybody wants in chat who's submissive and breedable this evening, just so I can take a little tally. No, I'm joking. I'm not Colleen Ballinger. I make that joke too often. Let's keep going. Infertile and ugly.
Wishes. And they are trusted to...
I'm feeling domineering and barren today. Domineering and barren.
To be in the higher position of the ministry, because they don't make mistake in the eyes of Kiboloi.
Kiboloi. What have I been calling him? Quibo Boy. I'm gonna keep calling him that. I think mine is better. So there we go. There's one of his wives. We'll come back to her later on, because she and 2 other women have some cool things to say, or actually incredibly cripplingly sad things to say, but GG's. Former Quibo Boy follower alleges she was offered money to keep mum. To keep mum? What does that even mean? I don't even know. What are all of these? He had hundreds of concubines. Oh my gosh. Anyway, not relevant today. Not relevant. We've got too much to go through. Too much. Oh, to keep silent. To keep mum means to stay quiet. Keep stum. Oh, I see. Thank you, guys. I really need to check chat because I just kept saying, I don't know what that means. I mean, you guys were literally telling me. Mum's the word. Got it. That's so weird. I don't know why would they make that title that? People don't know what that means. Maybe it was just me. Anyway. Anyway, damn. Okay. Well, she clearly didn't get that money, or maybe she took that money, bought that cool hat, and then ran away with it. Anyway. So yeah, he said he stopped the earthquakes. He said he didn't stop the typhoon because people were mad about him stopping the earthquakes and said he was lying. He said COVID could have been stopped if the US weren't persecuting him too much, blah, 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 blah. Now, here's where we got up to before I started showing you them singing songs. He was sued by a woman for holding her 19-year-old daughter against her will. See, it's all well and good when everyone's, you know, happy, hailing the leader, wearing their blouses, etc. And then as soon as someone isn't allowed to leave, that's when we step into cult territory. Do you know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with a little bit of a quirky, kooky gathering where everyone's crying and playing the drums. There's nothing wrong with that. There is something wrong when you can't leave the kooky, quirky gathering, where you have to wear the blouse, otherwise you're going to hell. So we saw kind of in that documentary right at the beginning that Quibobo is like, listen, we're not holding anyone against their will here. You can leave, but it would seal your fate that you're going to hell. But you can choose. You can go to hell, or you can stay with me and go to heaven. Up to you. So that's kind of what he was doing, but there were some people who did genuinely want to leave, and he was like, yeah, I was just joking before. You can't actually choose. You're staying. You're staying. Gods! So that happened as well. Yikes, 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 yikes. Now, you might be like, but Perry, what's trafficking about holding the odd 19-year-old hostage? We've all been there. We've all done it. We've all kept 19-year-olds in our basement every once in a while. You know, we're just human. But, so what he was doing is he was doing an immigration fraud scam, allegedly. He was doing an immigration fraud scam where he would basically hire these, or give the position of full-time worker to various members of the cult. And they would travel to North America because they were trying to get the USA on board. So they would travel to the US and they would falsify their visa application. So fake visas, basically, to get them over to the US, and fake passports and everything. And then once they were there, Quibobo's more superior people would take away their papers so they couldn't leave. And they would arrange sham marriages to US citizens. So they were like, you know, back in the Tudor era of aligning alliances, if that makes sense. It's all for the ministry. Exactly. And then when they were in the US or other places, they would set up these fake charities, something like Save the Children of the Philippines or something like that, and they would collect money for that. And it would all go to Quibobo. Which technically, listen, if he's the Messiah and he lives in the Philippines, then they are saving the children of the Philippines, because Quibobo has a children's division where he teaches them the lessons of the Lord. So, like, he is spiritually saving, from his perspective, the children of the Philippines. So it's not necessarily a lie, but yeah, fake charities and stuff, not good. Lesson, always travel with MasterCard. I have something for this. Anyway, not sponsored. Yeah, he would also elect his wives, as we just saw, and he would force them to do night duties. I don't need to tell you what night duties are. I just don't feel like I do need to tell you what night duties are. But anyway, let's watch a fuller version of these women's experiences, and they'll tell you a little bit more about. So these were not necessarily wives. I think she was his spiritual wife, and then these two were just members of the cult. I'm not sure, but we'll find out.
And I could not sit straight for 2 weeks. There are a bunch of these full-time
She's not talking
workers
about night duties
who think that they had devil in them. They were punished by using hot pepper, el labuyo.
What's the context of that? We don't need to know.
Labuyo in their
Just gonna
eyes.
jump on. Oh no. Put a 1 in the chat if you've ever had labuyo in your eyes. Pepper, hot pepper, or like pepper, black pepper, red pepper, chili pepper, any sort of pepper in your eye holes. Anybody? I had a couple times because I was a stupid fucking child. Sky Guy, thank you so much for coming by and saying so long. Have a good rest of your day. Yeah, I was a stupid child, and I would be like chopping chilies, and then I'd be rubbing my eyes like an absolute idiot. And so there's a vivid memory I have. It's the only thing I remember about that particular holiday. I was in Canada and I was locked away in this tiny little bathroom with air conditioning, and the air conditioning for some reason was making my eyes spicier, and I just couldn't get rid of it. And then I could smell the like air conditioner, and I was like, God damn it, what even is air conditioning? So I sat by the little hole in the ground, or whatever it is, and it was the worst day of my life. I want to say spicy edamame. They do spicy edamame? And then rub my eyes after. You're stupid too. Spicy eyes. Exactly. Always wash hands after chopping peppers. And don't just, like, wash your hands, yeah, but then still don't touch your eyes. Like, still. Don't do it. Does pepper spray count? Yeah, that fucking sucked. Oh my god, when did you get pepper sprayed? I've never been pepper sprayed. Is it really bad? I feel like it would be bad. I deliberately put deep heat on my bingo bangos back in the day. Turns out water makes it even spicier. I feel like, listen, you're not saying that you don't only have yourself to blame, but I do think that it's also my responsibility to reinforce that you only have yourself to blame. I'm doing good, Anishka. Welcome in. How are you doing? What's up? Nuna, I'm dying. Thank you for the follow. And Grayscale Turtle, thank you for the follow too. I'm wearing a turtle as well. Sorry, that was too aggressive. Everyone's saying that they can't tell what it is. It's a turtle! But mine's brown. Okay, anyway. Let's skip on. Let's get some more. So this is another lady. And there's some more of her experiences in the cult. You have a turtle necklace as well. That's sick. What does your turtle necklace look like? Hi, welcome in.
That you need to repent because you have been possessed.
Hence the laboyo in your eyes.
Make you stand up in front of everyone, you know, and ask you why you earned very little.
Why are you
and
poor?
They still do that to members, not just people who go to Manila in December, but in church services.
So why are
when they
you
give
poor?
a specific amount.
Is it because you don't love Jesus enough?
You know, they would
too much avocado
make
toast.
The members stand up and ask them, "What would you do now?"
There's a tiny obsidian turtle with green on the back. That sounds sick. That's so cool.
It's
so
not
Rainita
true that
escaped.
when you decide to quit or to go out from the ministry, it's just easy as, hey, I'm going out because I cannot handle anymore. The most thing that we do is climb up to the wall and get out, because that's the best thing that we can do, because it's not easy to ask permission, because they will do something else, you know, they will hold you. So when I managed to get out, and then I struggled. So when I got out, I was like,
hi, Deba.
I was like 20, I was like 22, something like that. And then I struggle. I struggle a lot how to live outside. You know, it's like
man.
A lot
Life
of
in the cult was
behind.
All frolicking
You
and
only know
waterfalls and
selling
whatnot.
Stuff, because that's what they said.
And night
your
duties.
Focus and your interest, it should be for the kingdom and for the kingdom only.
Damn. Put a 1 in the chat if your childhood home was like this. You're helpless and your motivation should be for the kingdom, to the kingdom, by the kingdom. And if you leave, then you'll just die. No? That's good. No, I'm glad. It shouldn't have been. I'm glad. That's true. Their turtle is nicer than your turtle. Yeah, I wasn't gonna say it, but I think that's true. But thank you for saying no turtle shaming. Yeah! Fuck you, Brett. I realized that I've gone from putting deep heat on my arachnids to becoming a successful doctor in like 12 years. Self-development arc. You're a doctor? That scares me based on that comment and previous comments in this chat. Listen, it's a bell curve. That worries me. It could have been worse. You could have said I'm a teacher or something. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to make you sad. Night duties. Is that like night soil? What the fuck is night soil? What's night soil? What's night soil? What is that? Do I want to know what that is? What is that? Is it like when you wake up in the nighttime and you think it's morning and you're like, wow, I'm too tired to do that, so you sniff some cocaine. Oh no. Oh, okay. Wait, why do you soil in the night time? Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. No. No. Right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Here's some more.
To be honest, I lost my house.
Oh god,
I lost my house.
sorry, her story is so sad. I can't. We're moving more on. I'm sorry. You're okay. You'll be fine. She's fine now, guys. She's all happy now. She did it. Claim they brought miners into the house. But there weren't even any mines there. Not gonna go ahead and read that. You read it. You're fine.
I was once asked to marry a full-time worker, a minister, because I'm divorced, and I am a U.S.
This is what I'm saying. The arranged marriages.
I was once asked to marry in paper one of their ministers so that he can stay here in the U.S. legally or permanently.
Yikes! And the last thing.
So that didn't happen. So then they told me that the next move is to leave my husband.
Because?
To leave my husband for the kingdom.
She was asked to divorce her husband to come live in the cult.
My husband, then he won't have any choice but to follow us. And so I could not do that. They kind of like giving me a cold shoulder, but they were still sending full-time workers to us.
She had to pay $18,000 in damages when the workers, people who were sent to her to come and work for the cult were and then it didn't matter. See, this is the thing with cults as well. It doesn't matter what you give to the cult or what you do to the cult, you still can't leave. That's the number one thing that differentiates a cult from a religion. You can't leave. They will not let you go, or they'll use hugely manipulative tactics to make sure that you don't leave, right? And they build that up from the beginning. So they will manipulate you into coming, they will manipulate you into believing what they say, and they will manipulate you to not be able to leave by using your friends and family, by pulling on your emotions, by making you believe that if you go, then you're going straight to hell, etc., 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 or by making you give them loads of money, taking your property, so that if you leave, she'd lose her house. You know what I mean? So yeah. Yeah, a bit like this stream then. Slander. Slander. What religion is this? It is Kibo Boy's cult. Queebaloi. So, after all of this, and I'm not gonna get too much into the crimes, but you know, I'm just gonna list them off right now. Human and sex trafficking, money laundering, immigration fraud. He received charges for those things in 2021, but there wasn't enough evidence. Coercion into soliciting fund at long hours, no pay. He would abuse the people who worked on his property under the guise of them avoiding eternal damnation. He would falsify visa applications, force people to go and marry other people to pull in stuff, make fake charities to fundraise, and then force women, sometimes young women, sometimes underage women, to perform night duties. So, what has happened to Kibo Boy? Well, yesterday, 100 armed police officers went to his house.
Tension rises in Davao City as followers
Literally
of Kingdom
yesterday.
of Jesus Christ group leader Apollo Kibuloy
Everyone screaming,
formed
protesting.
a barricade outside the KOJC compound in Buangan District 3 a.m.
100 of
this
them, yeah.
morning, June 10. They tried
Woo!
to stop the police to serve warrant of arrest for Kibuloy and his 5 co-accused. Outside the front gate, more than 100 police officers from CIDG, CDM,
And they got their
SAF
RBG
wearing
too.
anti-riot gear and carrying police shields positioned themselves. Authorities made it difficult to enter and search the compound as tension rises. They had to use some ladders in attempting to get inside and past the blocking crowd in the entrance.
The water
Supporters
is weird.
also used
Make
the
it
fire truck
moist!
to fire the water cannon to the Special Action Force.
Doesn't seem
The
like it's
warrant of arrest
working.
was successfully served after some ministers allowed them to enter. According to attorney Israelito Torion, the legal counsel of KOJC, the PNP failed to present a search warrant but instead a warrant of arrest.
Sorry, they don't translate this and there's no subtitles for it, so I'm just going to go ahead and skip over this guy's testimony. Not sure who he is.
Also a commotion in the KOJC compound in Barangay
Damn,
Tumayon.
they're breaking in.
CCTV footage from SMNI, media network of
Look at them
KOJC,
go.
showed that PNP
So all of these people are supporters and followers of Kibo Boy, the cult leader. So that's why they're trying to stop the police from entering, and they're doing blockades and hence the water and stuff.
Special Action Force forcibly destroyed the gate. After the search, the police failed to arrest him and 5 others.
Like squaring
the
off
PRO
against
11
them.
also encouraged wounded individuals to file case against the PNP.
If totoo yung nangyari, the complainant can file a complaint and file
If they
a
file the
case kung
complaint.
kailangan.
Manipulate my money. Thank you for the follow.
Iniisip din natin baka mag-resist yung mga supporters and followers. Nakita naman yung kanina na
I don't know
nandun
what
sila
she's saying.
naka-standby for any eventualities.
Kibuloy and 5 others are wanted for sexual abuse of a minor, child abuse, and human trafficking. Meanwhile,
Not amazing
the PNP
charges.
called on Kibuloy supporters to surrender him and face the cases.
I want to take this opportunity also na manawagan muli kay Pastor Kibuloy at iba pa pong mga akusado na para maiwasan po yung mga ganitong mga sitwasyon ay sana po ay sumuko na po sila at harapin po yung mga kaso.
So yeah, they raided with 100 people. They found a couple people that they were looking for and managed to get a few arrests. They found a bunch of stuff. I mean, they didn't really need any more evidence. They had all the evidence. You know, but Kibo Boy wasn't there. He wasn't there. He's gone. He's missing. And this was only yesterday. So that's the news on it. He wasn't there, so they couldn't catch him. He ran away. Little Kibo Boy is in the wind. But they've got basically the equivalent of APBs out on him. The entire government, the entire police force is after him. They have they have 5 warrants for his arrest. Actually, I'm not even sure how that's possible, but I guess different reasons to arrest him, and it's kind of everywhere. They will catch him, and everyone knows about all of the crimes. So you know, it's all done. There's an update of this news just today. Oh, for realsies, Kibo Boy. Let's see. Wait, what is this? Oh, it's Minecraft music. Okay. Latest police attempt fails. 4 hours ago, no officers are influenced. So there is an idea that Kibo Boy may have influenced the police force, so officers could be sabotaging it and deleting evidence on purpose, but that's not true. Can I sort by recency? They're saying there was excessive force. Dude, he sex traffics kids. Like, it's okay. If you're gonna use excessive force against anyone. Hi, Manipulate. Yeah, true. Grayscale Turtle, thank you for your prime. I appreciate that. That's so nice of you. Thank you. And Xfen, thank you for the follow. So this is the most recent one I can see, but I don't know if this is... What were you seeing? What did you think the update... What did you see the update to be? There may have been a breakdown in PNP, the police intel gathering. No. Hopefully not. Maybe there was. Oh my god, he's in the police force. He's got his fingers in many pies. as he says. So he's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy. Or if he is the Messiah, Jeebus likes him young. But is that blasphemy to say? That might be blasphemy to say. He's either the Messiah and the Bible is more yikes than previously thought, or he's just a dude. So I think he's probably just a dude. Yeah. But anyway, this whole 100 officers trying to catch him only happened yesterday. So I will keep an eye on the news and let you know if there's any update. But that's Kibo Boy. Now, I said we have many things to get through. We have many things. Now, there was a segue and I totally forgot what it was. Sometimes arrests like this are very, very, very called for. sometimes you might argue that the arrest isn't called for. This is a terrible way to go, especially since this guy may have done crimes as well. I don't know. Anyway, this is Siberian Jesus.
While Christians all over the world prepare to celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ,
here's another one.
Some believe he's alive.
At the end of the stream, I'm going to poll which Jesus you think is the real Jesus, because they can't all be Jesus. Some of them are just dudes. One of these 4 people are actually Jesus. Hopefully we have time to talk about all 4 today. One of these 4 people are actually Jesus. Obviously, they must be, like, statistically, of course they are. They can't all be lying. So we're going to poll which Jesus is the real Jesus. That was Quibo Boy. Remember him? This is Siberian Jesus.
Right now, where? Well, in the deep wilderness of northern Russia. Come along tonight for a truly unique story
with the real
about a man
Slim
they
Jesus.
call
Please
Jesus
stand
of
up.
Siberia.
Woo! Siberian Jesus! He's got wind chimes, so I'm already more on board with him.
It looks like a scene right out of a Sermon on the Mount.
Oh,
we traveled
yeah.
many kilometers through bug-infested forests
This
to reach
is the
this
kind of cult
isolated
I want.
village in
Look at
Siberia,
that! It's like something
this
out of
most
Elden
northern
Ring.
part of Russia. Here we meet Jesus, or Vassirion, as they also call him.
Vassirion.
But humankind must make a choice. They have to be shown the way.
Guys, I'm more on board with this Jesus than Quibo Boy. I think. Quibo Boy was like, give me a private helicopter, work for me for free, and let me touch your kids. This guy is like, let's sing in the forest and plant flowers. You know? Did this one traffic people? Not sure. Let's find out.
And they must choose to follow or not to follow. God will not make a choice for them.
Midsummer
Unbelievably,
intensifies.
15 years ago, this
Stroke
Jesus
the
was
bread.
Sergei Torop, a small-town
Feel the
Siberian
bread.
policeman. But now he believes he is the Son of God, reincarnated.
Love the bread.
People will decide for themselves. Is his way for them, or will they choose something else? But everything has a price.
He says he made a pilgrimage to Jerusalem.
So that's the same vibe as Quibo Boy, actually. You can follow me or you cannot follow me. But every choice has a price. So it's the same vibe. Don't follow me and you go to hell. Hi, X-Men, welcome in. At least this Jesus feeds bread. Yeah, he has bread. Quibo Boy didn't have bread. He just had sadness.
And even
It
though
was
he has
threatening,
never
yeah,
visited
veiled
Israel
threats.
before, a lot of what he saw, he says, was familiar.
Right.
It was a home that was left long ago. I arrived with deep feelings of the past and new feelings within new body.
Okay. As
With these
Jesus,
feelings, I move about in
is
familiar places.
current Israel the
Divorce
same
rates are very high in
as
Russia,
first century
and it seems to
Israel?
have reached deep into isolated Siberia as well. Even Vassirion has remarried. He has painted his former wife Luba
Man,
and also
even Jesus can't get away from divorce. God damn, it affects everybody.
his current wife Sophia. He has 6 children.
There's a portrait of me like that with the
This is
butterflies.
written.
It was big. It was big in the
When
noughties.
God created woman, he commanded men and women to be one. During the era of Jesus, time was
6
short.
children. Yeah, they
There
gotta be
was
one,
a
man.
family to consider. They would have to be abandoned. There is now need for family.
Eating wild Siberian mushrooms.
And thousands in this
I
village
love all
believe
the
this is
the
Jesus
crochet.
Christ. These are not misfits or lunatics. They were mostly professionals who abandoned lives in Europe to follow the man they call Jesus.
Jeebus! God.
Is this a modern cult or a truly
Midsummer.
religious utopia?
It's
For Siegfried
Midsummer
Werning
Elden
or the
Ring
high-tech computer company
flowers.
Germany, the answer is simple.
If Christ would come on earth, he would be like that. It was very calm and
To be
not
fair,
demanding, but it's
just like visually and in vibe-wise, he does make a good Jesus. But this guy owned a really high-profile tech company, and he saw this man, and he was like, you know what? I'm giving it all up for Siberian Jesus. That's so totally me, for real, for real. I would do something like that. I'm giving it all up. I'm selling my house. I'm selling my company. Wife, we're going to go move in with Siberian Jesus. Let's go.
same
When you
time
meet
was
Jesus,
very
you know,
strong
right?
in
You
his
know, you know.
teaching, very clear. And I think, in fact, I've been waiting
yeah, look
for
at his
him
loom.
somehow.
He
I'd
gave
give it all
the
up for a
business and the
loom.
family to live here and work on 19th century weaving machines.
Why?
All because of this Jesus. And there are many more.
The
What are the
aesthetic is
major
superior.
teaching points that Vissarion gives you and has convinced you to change your life so much?
The basics of the teaching is not very different from those 2,000 years ago. Only the people did not follow the teaching.
Idiots. Holy cottagecore.
And teach us to differentiate between good and evil.
I want subtitles for their song so I can sing along.
For the first time, I'm really working on my egoism.
Have no ego. Give your
Not
ego
long ago,
over to
Lineta
Jeebus.
was a Lithuanian diplomat serving at the European Union headquarters in
She was a
Brussels.
diplomat.
Then she saw Vissarion speaking.
And gave it all up for
cried.
Jeebus.
I began to cry. The feeling was unbelievable. It was like I'm at home. I'm at home. I'm in love.
That's nice,
Followers
I
of
think.
Vissarion don't just pray, have hymns and ceremonies. They actually have a charter that
Look at that
governs their
house,
entire life.
Dom.
How they relate to each other as people, how they relate to their spouses, their children, what they eat, how they work. In short, how they govern their entire lives. They grow almost all their
So Jeebus is a vegetarian. There's no meat on the commune. No meat whatsoever. There's also no... Oh, was that my camera? Oh, I think it might be. That is not... I'm going to go ahead and... That is not a good stopping position. that was not a good face to leave on. I am closing that. On bread. Only Jesus is meat. I'm gonna unplug her and plug her back in. You're good. Wait, she might be overheating. No, she's fine. Hold on. Unplugging my baby and plugging her back in. Plugging her into a different port so that I can reach it better next time. Gonna turn her off and on again. It's the face of someone who found Jesus. You know what it is. When you know, you know. So the camera. Oh, jeez. Oh gosh, we're still there. Okay. Why are you not turning on? Are you out of battery? Is that possible? So you're... Oh, there we go. Got him! Okay, cool. Amazing. Right! Jesus is a vegetarian. Let's move on. That was the last thing I said. No meat on the commune.
own food. They are strict vegans. They believe in reincarnation. All this to prepare for what they believe is the imminent second coming.
As it were.
This is exactly the time.
There's also no alcohol on the commune. There's definitely no tobacco, but you can smoke the magic leaf if you so wish. They have to work on their egoism somehow, guys. It's all mushroom all day.
When the old world, with its aggressiveness and self-interest, must die.
Generosime.
It cannot be allowed to exist. It just brings pain.
Why no alcohol? Because we learned this from a previous TikTok on a different stream. Alcohol is haunted by demons, and when you put it in your body, it opens up a portal inside yourself to welcome demons in. So you become... The alcohol is a portal to demons, which then become you. So no alcohol. It's scary, guys. It's all very scary. This gives more Jesus vibes than the last guy. I'm liking him better for Jeebus than Quibo Boy. I really do. I think I really, really do. So he preaches environmentalism. He's all environmentalism and whatnot. He has 5,000 disciples. 5,000 disciples. He's a vegan, vegetarian person, and his whole philosophy is just being anti-consumerism, anti-capitalism. He's all about the environment. He believes there's harmony in nature, and he's all about communal living and spiritual preaching. Now, there is allegations that he extorts money, manipulates people into staying in the cult and not being able to leave, as we kind of heard. If you leave, you're going to hell. And also maybe afflicting harm and abuse on some of the people in his cult. But there's no actual evidence for any of these things, not in the same way there is for Quibo Boy. So no one actually knows. And also it's Russia. Not saying anything political. They did arrest him and put him in prison in 2002. but it's Russia. So the reason they gave is that he had a community that was too big and too separated from the rest of the country and was exerting his influence. So, therefore, we don't know that he had kids in the basement. He could legitimately be fine, but it's just Russia being like, no. So, you know, it's like Jesus and the Romans all over again. You know what I mean? That's a crime. That's how it is. Perry, how do we know that you're not Jesus? I literally say every single stream that I am, and no one believes me. No one believes me. Abtruse, thanks for the follow, and Richard, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate that. So yeah, now there is a BBC thing here that says, is this Russian cult leader a fraud? Now I haven't watched this. Let's see what it has to say. Oh, before we do that, guess what his town is called. So his commune, right, where everyone's a vegan and lives in harmony with nature and grows daisies and uses looms and things. What is it called, the town that they live in the mountains in northern Siberia? The beautiful village filled with daisies. It is! How did you guess that? Oh, you knew. You bastard. It's called City of Sun. Isn't that glorious? Isn't that lovely? Go sit by the waterfall with Jesus, plant daisies in the City of Sun. It's called Swindon. Oh my god. Oh my god. Actually, hold on to that feeling, by the way. Because the last Jesus of the stream is my favorite Jesus. Alright, let's see what BBC has to say. Oh, it's karaoke!
This is the story of a mysterious Russian cult led by a man who says he's Jesus Christ.
Alright, Kate Bush. What kind of AI Jeebus Kate Bush is this? That's scary. He's the son of God, the living word of
They
God.
lived in a peaceful isolation in Siberia. Until security forces stormed their community and arrested its leader, Vissarion.
Excuse me. Sorry. This is horrifying. This is...
Former members reveal the sect was hiding
my
dark
build of sex
secrets.
you hate in dark secret. I'm gonna turn it off. Children died because they didn't receive medical
isn't
assistance.
who he says he is.
Конечно, обманывал. А как это? Конечно, обманывал. Я считаю, что он воспользовался просто
He was taking advantage of cult members? No way.
So who is the real
Okay, I think I was wrong. He's being silenced! He doesn't need medical attention for the people because he's Jesus. He can heal them if it was God's will. And it's clearly God's will that the kids should
This is the City
die.
of the Sun, home to Vissarion and his Church of the Last Testament.
City of Sun.
Around 4,000 of his followers live here and
It's
in the
5,000
surrounding
BBC.
villages.
Fuck you.
Ilyana was just 17 when she met Vissarion in 1995.
Заходите.
Ilana looks happy. That's all the evidence I need.
Короче говоря, когда я просто его увидела, вот эти голубые глаза, у меня просто потекли слезы. Он вот обнимал и
I would cry if a
Я помню, что он
strange
вот
blue-eyed
улыбался,
man started
гладил и
hugging me,
улыбался. А у меня лились просто слезы.
stroking me. I would start sobbing as well.
Before
He
he was
does really
Vissarion,
look like Jesus,
he was
though.
Sergei Torop, a former traffic cop. A few years ago, another BBC documentary crew tried to shed some light on the man many call the teacher.
Are you...
So let's provide some background on him, okay? This is Sergei. He was a traffic cop, as she says on this BBC News thing. He was a traffic policeman, but then the Soviet Union dissolved and he was forced to quit, basically. There was no more traffic. I don't know. But he wasn't a traffic policeman anymore because the Soviet Union dissolved. Now, the Soviet Union dissolving, I don't know anything about it. I wasn't there. But apparently it could be quite traumatic for a lot of people because it was very destabilizing. There was lots of economic problems. Where am I going to live? My baby, the world's on fire, or something like that. I don't really know. Lots of political questions and whatever. So for some people, they didn't notice. Kind of like Brexit. I didn't really notice when Brexit happened. I know that it was a bad thing, not to be political. And I know that things are worse and people are saying it's because of Brexit and I believe them. But I didn't know when it happened in the moment. Do you know what I mean? Because I was doing other things, I guess. But for some people, the dissolution of the Soviet Union was like a big deal and really affected everything that they did. And so for him to have lost his job and family and house and all this other stuff, probably, he had... basically in that same year that the Soviet Union dissolved, he started having a spiritual awakening. leading him to his divine mission. So for Quibo Boy, he started having thoughts or prophetic visions of seeing God and the destruction of the earth and stuff like that when he was about 14. And for Quibo Boy, I said, now they could all just be lying, but assuming they're not, for Quibo Boy, I said, you know, when do symptoms of psychotic mental health disorders reach their most prominent stage or start oncoming or onsetting the most? For everyone, it's different, but for a lot of people, a lot of symptoms start coming in or setting in teenagehood and adolescence, between 11 and 20. So that could be why he started having these absolutely 100% truthful, non-psychotic visions. Now, for him, losing your job and your whole country breaking into different bits and suffering that sort of trauma being the exact same time that you had a spiritual awakening and started believing that you were the son of God, timing-wise also makes a difference. So yes, you can have symptoms that are onset naturally because you're going to develop that anyway because of genetic factors or because of your childhood experiences. You're predisposed to developing that condition, to being schizophrenic or whatever it is, or just having psychotic symptoms of whatever. And that can just happen when you're a teenager because it's going to happen. But trauma and stuff like that at any stage in life can also be a trigger and onset any of these things too. Ye of no faith, or he's Jesus. That's true. Or he's Jesus. PTSD equals I'm Jesus. Sometimes yes. Run it out! Embrace chaos! Thank you, I appreciate that. Cross that off the list. Where was I in 1991? I was just doing Jeebus things. I mean, Perry things. My sensei escaped the Soviet Union. He's on an episode of America. I don't know what that means, but you scare me. Oh no. So maybe. So that's what happened to him. And then he said that God gave him a divine mission to save the earth. Now, Quibo Boy's mission was to be an example of who he was for people so that they could heal themselves on the inside. And then when people were like him and totally healed and didn't have lust or anything, even though he needed night duties performed by teenage girls. Anyway, when they cured themselves on the inside, everyone in the world would do it, and eventually the earth would just become the Garden of Eden. For this guy, he believes there's a doomsday coming and he needs to prepare people for it.
A guru? Are you the son of God? Are you a reincarnation
Oh, I know this guy,
Jesus?
Simon Reeve.
Это неинтересный вопрос. На него лучше не отвечать. Дерево находят по плодам, а не по названию.
И я жила вообще в других, как бы, ну, скажем, состояниях, энергиях, что ли. Я не плакала, то есть я занималась, ну, боевыми искусствами.
The tree is found by its fruit, not its name. That's pretty fucking cool. Man, maybe he's really Jesus. Maybe he is Jesus. Does he know any magic tricks? You can only assume.
Он вчера сказал, что от Бога. Вот и сейчас будем проверять, от Бога он или нет.
Я в связи с тем, что вы заявляете о том, что вы являетесь манифестацией Христа, хотел бы вас попросить просто назвать или прочитать вопрос, который сидят
He really looks like
в
Jesus.
кармане. То, что мне дано, но это не значит, что я должен
I'm not sure why he's
показывать
Russian,
это
but you know, we don't. It could be whatever. I don't really know.
Vissarion's church is based on 18 volumes of the Last Testament.
He's
that he
Russian. It
wrote.
wouldn't be Jack Daniels. He turned water into
influenced
vodka.
by Orthodox Christianity, with some Buddhist and environmental ideas thrown in. Ilyana was one of the first to travel to Siberia in 1990s to build a new community based on Vissarion's teachings.
Поднялись мы большой бригадой. Это было 8 молодых парней, все были молодые парни.
So that's what they do. That's what they did. Look at them go. These are just happy cult people. Look at the happy cult family. Don't they look so happy? I see why people would give it all up for the Jesus. Let's skip to the end and see what happens. There were cases when people donated all of their money to the cult.
Отдавали полностью деньги, особенно в первые годы. И тогда на тот момент мы не видели каких-то негативных последствий. Но если человек добровольно отдает, опять же, такая практика есть везде. Если смотреть, например, точно так же человек может прийти и отдать все деньги свои на строительство православного
That's true. It
храма.
can happen with other churches.
Они пугали этой планетой Нибиру, которая
Nibiru!
вот-вот прилетит. Вот, и...
That was his end time doomsday thing. The fucking planet Nibiru. If you haven't heard about Nibiru, where have you been? Nibiru is a planet that people say is definitely real, except there's no evidence of it existing from NASA. But obviously that's a cover-up. NASA are lying to us all. It's a government conspiracy anyway. So Nibiru is a planet X that definitely 100% exists. And on that planet is a bunch of Anunnaki, which are aliens that originally created humans on the Earth. Terrence Howard, if you know who Terrence Howard is, the 1 × 1 = 2 guy, he thinks that Anunnaki gave us maths and gave it to us wrong because the Anunnaki wanted to stunt our development. Yeah, he's fucking insane, Terrence Howard. Anyway, we did a whole stream about Terrence Howard. But the thing is, yeah, so that's the Anunnaki. And I didn't know that this cult leader was like, hey, the Nibiru planet's gonna crash down on Earth. No way, no way. No one seems to know that NASA's not the only space agency. I know, there's so many.
День X,
запасались waiting for Judgment Day.
Едой,
Stocked up with food and learned to live.
Учились якобы жить вот
like
в
the
таких
world was
условиях,
about to
что будет
end.
конец света.
But it never happened. That's the problem with doomsday cults.
Вот, видите, мы очень старались.
And he said, we all worked hard, so it didn't happen. God spared us.
Вышел Виссарион и сказал, говорит, знаете, а я хотел посмотреть на вас,
I wanted to see if you would believe this or not.
И вот это было издевкой просто вот, ну, последней.
That was probably the wrong thing to say as cult leader to cult leader. I mean, what?
Despite being one of the original settlers of the City of the Sun, Ileana was asked to move from her home on the mountain. Conflict is forbidden here, so she had to accept the order.
No conflict.
Учитель сказал на тот момент времени, то есть он сказал, просто, говорит, это самое благоприятное.
Люди, которые приходят сюда, они понимают то, что это жилье, которое у них, оно своего рода как бы не их, оно как служебное. Ну, представь себе, вот как в армии, да? Человек пошел, он стал военным, он понимает, что вот его послали в этот гарнизон, потом его сняли, послали в этот гарнизон. Это же не считается чем-то ненормальным, правильно?
И я вначале просто рыдала, когда сказали спуститься с горы. Но потом вот это самое благоприятное, то есть это для меня действительно это настолько было важно, как для человека. Вот я в танцы погрузилась, а муж мой в бандарку.
Look at the bike boys coming into some bike business.
Вспомните, что говорилось о втором приходе Христа. О том, что как молния обнесется по всему миру, что все узнают, что спустится на облаке. Знаете, сейчас интересно в интернете такие находишь взаимосвязи. И оно как-то очень похоже все, как-то сценарий такой.
Yeah, so you're completely right. All cults have some really nice ideas, and it makes people think, well, they can't be that bad. But you're right, they have to have nice ideas, otherwise no one would join. They can't all be like, give me all your money so I can control you and sleep with your kids. You know, they can't be like that because everyone's just going to be like, no. Do you know what I mean? And they gotta start slow and ease into it and be like, hey, you don't not think I'm Jesus and that's okay, but you can just come live on my commune. I'll give you cabbages and stuff. That will be pretty poggers, etc. And then eventually I'm Jesus, I'm Jesus, I'm Jesus. So that is fun. He was arrested, the cult leader. Now, there's not as much against him as there was for Quibo Boy. Quibo Boy was full on crimes. But this guy was just kind of standard cult, you know, come live on my commune, I own all your property, give me all of your money, but that's okay because I'll look after you. There's an end of times that I've totally made up, etc., etc., etc. Worship me, worship me, worship me. You can't leave. But I don't know if he was necessarily abusing anyone or doing any weird stuff. He may have been, but I don't think there's any evidence for that or anyone's necessarily alleging all of that apart from the Russian government. But he did get arrested. A cult leader who claims to be a reincarnation of Jesus has been arrested in Russia. There's no music on this. I'm going to add my own. Is this good music for this? Former traffic officer Sergei Torop is to be charged with running an illegal religious organization.
По версии следствия, в целях извлечения дохода от религиозной деятельности они привлекали денежные средства граждан. Также соучастники долгое время применяли к ним психологическое насилие, в результате которого некоторым последователям религиозной организации причинен тяжкий вред здоровью.
Because he didn't want people to go get outside medical help. Oh yeah, no, this guy sucks. It's cult leader stuff. Torop, known as followers as Vissarion, ran the cult in the depths of Siberia for the past 3 decades. Damn. So authentic, man. I would get on board with this. Look at all the flowers and all the mesh. There's so much organza. Wait, he was a traffic officer? He had too many exhaust fumes. I think that's true. Okay, so that is Vissarion, otherwise known as Sergei. I'm going to refer to him as Siberian Jesus from here on out. Of the 2 we've looked at so far, there are 4. Who is your favorite Jesus? Who would you pick? Which Jesus is the Jesus of your heart? Which Jesus? Do we like Quibo Boy? Or do we like Siberian Jesus? If you had to follow one, who would you follow? Would you go live in Quibo Boy's mansion and froth him with palm fronds? And go to his like ceremonies with all the music and singing in his choirs with all the drums and stuff? Or would you go and live in the Daisy Farm and work on a loom and give him all your money? I mean, for both of them, you have to give them all
The
your
underscore
money.
Trumu says, Russian Gov saw the second coming of Rasputin and said, hell nah, not this again.
Thank you for the bits, Jiro. Russians based for taking out false prophets. I mean, rare Russian win. Not to be political. Get rid of cults is probably a good idea, yeah. Hi, Jesus, you forgot about me. I purposefully excluded you. I prefer my mum's accountant, Jesus. There's a lot more to Siberian Jesus. I'd go Quilo Boy. Yeah. I mean, they both have their value. I think Quibo Boy, he's legit a criminal, and I don't have as much faith in him being Jesus as I do Siberian Jesus. But you get to live in a mansion. And the musical ceremonies. It's basically Top of the Pops 24/7. Just everyone singing. Oh, glory, glory to God. Her Son of Christ is coming. You know, just all day. But Siberian Jesus, I have more faith that he is Jesus. And looms are pretty cool. Apparently they were hard on the arms though. But he is less likely to grape you. So, you know, it's a toss-up, I think. So of the 2, we're going Siberian Jesus. So far, Siberian Jesus is the one to beat. Thank you for this. Okay. Now, here's the next one. They're getting more attractive as choices. I've done them in a particular order. You're so welcome. This is the Australian Messiah. His name is AJ. Wait, why am I searching? I literally have a thing about it. Okay. Oh, it's right there. There you go. This is AJ. Aussie represent. Woo! This is AJ, and he's kind of dreamy.
Tonight, a worldwide investigation into the evil and destructive ways of a self-proclaimed Messiah, a charismatic Australian whose devoted disciples believe he walked this earth 2,000 years ago. We commissioned the Reverend David
Australian
Milliken,
Jesus.
one of the world's foremost experts on cults,
Alan John.
to head up our special investigation that's been 10 months in the making.
He looks like a Bee Gee.
Tonight,
He
we'll
does.
take you
He looks like a Year
inside
4
the
Harry
Messiah's
Potter character.
isolated Queensland compound, where he's preparing his
Isolated
followers,
Queensland compound. Did you hear? That's where he lives.
for the apocalyptic end of the world.
And he's an apocalypse preacher as well. Definitely an Alan. All right, here we go. We're going to Queensland.
The idea that the group is coming together in a community, and that Miller is developing a compound,
AJ
in my
Miller.
opinion, is ominous. Because
No
only
way.
the most
Compounds
extreme
for cult, doomsday cults, yeah.
isolate themselves in a compound. Jonestown
Say something we don't know,
or a Waco
bastard.
Davidian
Sorry, I'm
group,
impatient.
which were
I want to
two
see
groups that
AJ.
ended tragically in mass suicide. This is when
We
groups
know
become
he's
the
such a
most
Debbie Downer.
extreme.
Show
because
us
the leader
AJ.
controls everything.
There he is. See, he has guitar music.
is this man?
Verno.
My name's Alan John.
He's singing Green Day. This Jesus sings acoustic guitar Green Day. Okay? Now, I'm not saying I'm picking a favorite Jesus, but I'll walk a lonely road, the only one that I have ever known. Oh my God, I'm in. I'm so in. Smith, thanks for the follow.
Jesus. I remember
The editing is
all
flawless.
of the events of my crucifixion. I understood what was going on. I understood the reason for my death.
And he's collecting disciples. Miller has convinced them that
the fun thing about AJ is that he has a whiteboard. So the other Jesuses didn't have a whiteboard. He gives workshops, is what he does.
Well, the first thing I'd like
Here
to
he goes.
say is probably one of the most confronting things you will hear today. You see, when I'm producing, like how arrogant is it of me to call a session Secrets of the Universe?
He's so humble and so charming.
Well, a lot of people would say it's very arrogant for me to even present something like that, as if what I'm going what I'm about to say are the secrets of the universe. By the way, I don't feel arrogant about it. I just feel very humbled that I've learned these things, as does every other person who's ever learnt them historically. But quite often what we do is we
I would
judge
give him my house.
others through our personal feelings. The truth is that what I'm going to present to you
It's like when
are
Perry
the
uses
secrets
paint.
of the
You're so
universe.
welcome.
They were lost many, many years ago. And
How to Worship
almost
101 with
2,000 years
Jesus.
ago lost to this earth. And it's only recently that they've been represented back to the earth. And we'll discuss why that's the case.
He has a whiteboard, okay? And he really goes to town on his whiteboard. Look at it filling up.
We all have an identity.
It's quite interesting that he stood next to the words delusional and liar. But we don't listen. We don't know. That's just what people say.
They felt lots and lots of different emotions.
He has a whiteboard. Anyway.
they were with him
I'm
at
Jesus.
his
Very clear.
crucifixion.
Just went to get the spike and smash it into his hands, and just so much love that came from him. So I couldn't do it.
Wait, I'm sorry. What the fuck?
Was it John Miller, but I'm actually Jesus. I remember all of the events of my crucifixion. I understood
Wait, hold on. What did that guy say?
I understood the reason for my death.
There are other
And
reincarnated people?
He's collecting disciples. Miller has convinced them that they were with him at his crucifixion.
Just went to get the spike and smash it into his hands, and just so much love that
This guy
came
thinks
from
he's a
him.
reincarnation
So
of
I
one of the
couldn't do it.
disciples. And he's
was
like crying.
excruciating to watch basically the annihilation of the person that I love the most.
She's the reincarnation of Mary Magdalene. There's another one.
Whenever I think about him now, I just cry. I'm starting to have a soul, like an emotional realization of who he is.
Hi, Suvi. Why would he write that on a whiteboard? They're really into the role play. This is what this is. It's not a
I'm
cult.
on the way to Mergen
It's
in
just-
country
it's just role play.
Queensland to 2 days of teachings by Yeshua
Mergon.
ben Joseph,
That's Scottish. I'm
or
sorry.
Jesus.
And they're all Australian. Yeah, well,
It's a
they
gathering of the
reincarnated
faithful
around the new
from
Jesus,
around
of course.
the world.
Well, welcome along. I'm Jesus, this is Mary. And so what we want to do today is talk about
I'm
addictions.
sorry, I don't know if you saw, but that woman.
I'm Jesus, this is Mary. And so what we want to do today is talk about
She's just like-
addictions and bribery and fear,
LARPing for Jesus.
threats.
He writes in all caps, so I
And
implicitly
blackmail.
hate him.
I can feel that many of you are still in addictions with regard to your development towards God. I've got all of these emotional
Why is she
injuries.
already crying?
I will feed them with my truth. These things
She's
are
crying
not going
too.
to
What's in the
go
air?
away from you just by you getting baptised.
To me,
Mental
these
things to the
words
follow.
sound like rehashed New Age pop psychology. But for these people, they burn with the light of divine truth.
Let yourself feel the disillusionment.
Why don't you guys start sobbing every single time I spit facts? Do you guys start sobbing? Is this what it's like at a Pericarial stream? Every single time I absolutely shed light on some issues, do you guys just like absolutely break down? Yeah, because it's just so based. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, every day. But I'm crying on the inside. Yeah, maybe if I got a whiteboard, maybe more people would cry at my streams. It's just like, listen, if you're so based, people start sobbing. And this guy's so red all the time. This is the same guy as at the beginning. He's the disciple. He's still crying. He didn't stop crying. He's just been crying this whole time.
Feel the disillusionment about the search.
Oh, off she goes as well.
What's happening here is AJ is talking about emotions.
They took away all their
Now,
mess.
most religions are suspicious of
Why
emotions.
is she crying?
They see
I don't
faith
know.
as essentially a thing of
There's someone under the camera that we can't see who's just stabbing her in the legs with needles. That's why she's crying, and she's trying to pretend like it's not happening.
mind. But emotions take us to the heart of AJ's teachings.
Ignore the needle, man. He's just in my
Setting up a
mind.
sort of spiral where people get dragged down and down and down, and people are asked to plumb the depths of emotions from which many of them can never escape.
Yeah, there's just lots of guys hiding in the windows cutting onions. That's why everyone's crying. So that's what that guy was saying. He was saying that he can manipulate people's emotions by creating super relatable lines and then presenting it as if he has all the answers for it. Is this so totally you? Are you someone who breathes air? This is what I mean. So we point out these phrases all the time. I think there's a word for them, but I never know what it is. There's a word for types of phrases that are meant to be super relatable to you. Relatable is now a word, okay? My 9th grade English teacher. Relatable is now a word. They added it to the dictionary, you bitch. Anyway. But yeah, super relatable things. Like the horoscope. Exactly. That's why the horoscope works in tarot cards as well, because every single thing is like, it's relatable to everyone, regardless of what it is. So it's really, 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 really interesting. If you say to someone, hey, do you feel like you've never really fit in properly? And that sometimes you can be totally misunderstood in a situation and it makes you feel sometimes really alone. Now that feels like something specific, but actually I feel like everyone feels like that a lot of the time. So it's relatable to everyone and it makes you go, oh shit, that's totally me, for real. And so when you say something like that, you can trigger memories in someone and they'll go, oh my God, that is me. Oh no. And then you can present to have the answers to it. What with a whiteboard, you see? Lithby, thanks for the follow. Foing, hi, welcome in. How are you doing? It's only a complex if it isn't true. Yeah, what if you just are the Messiah? Exactly. Do you sometimes make remarks that you think about later? Yes, that's because there's an energetic disconnect between you and the spirit. See, exactly, you can do it. This is known as the Barnum-Fora effect. Thank you. I'm writing that down. I did not know that. Barnum-Fora. I think I've heard that before. Yeah.
One of his techniques to draw people in is to demand that they find emotional trauma in their family history.
There you go. So now they're asking them specifically, what about you? When have you felt that feeling? So obviously this isn't a nice thing to do. You don't want to dig up people's trauma randomly, especially not with a microphone in front of a crowd, especially not with the goal of manipulating them into joining your cult and giving you money. But it's a good way of doing it. Teal Swan does this too. She sits on the stage with people and God, can I do a single cult stream without mentioning Teal Swan? Anyway, she sits on the stage with people and she pulls someone up and she asks them, tell me about your childhood and about this specific trauma. And then that person will break down crying about something and then everyone will clap and be like, thank you so much for sharing, and send them on their way. Now, therapists also ask you sometimes to dig up certain memories and think about things and talk about your childhood, blah, 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 blah. But they do it carefully in a way that they know will be beneficial, and they don't just leave it there. They'll help you and give you tools to cope with it and deal with it, and they'll talk about it, and they do it privately. Exactly. Someone who is qualified and knows what they're doing. And they won't just be like, okay, tell me every single one of your childhood traumas right now to someone who's unstable. They will make sure that that person will be able to handle that first, right? Cry, goddammit, cry. So that's what this guy's doing too. He's literally saying, hey, have you ever felt all alone, like no one understands you? When did you feel like that? When you were a child. Name one specific moment that you felt like that when you were a child. And this guy's like fucking shaking.
What it was like to have to shut yourself down so much just to please your mother.
See?
Because that's what she wants. That's what she wants you to do. Shut you down so much. And she was giving you all of these things, but she wants a heap of things in return from you, and that feels bad.
And this guy is like actually purposefully exacerbating it. He's making it worse. He's catalyzing it. That's what your mother wants.
So allow yourself to.
Oh my God, is he okay? Is he having a seizure?
And as you connect to that, you will start really.
He might be having a seizure.
That's it. And as you connect, that's how much rage is.
Guys, I don't think he's okay.
This is childhood rage now.
It's just really, no, he's fine. It's just really cold in there. They turned the AC way too high.
That's it. That's it. And this is the childhood rage that's still there.
This is the childhood rage.
Yeah, you feel that? Like,
because a lot of times they can.
And children.
Me doing Mr. Brightside karaoke.
As well.
I'm telling you, the AC, man.
Well, that my dad didn't want my mother.
Whoa, wait, what? Wait, what are you, hold on, what are you talking about? What expired? Shit, genuinely, did I miss something? Perry postponed dealing with it till after the deadline as usual. Wait, did I miss something? Shit, did I miss something? Was there something that was it? I don't have any. Oh, is it? Oh, this is. Oh, yeah. I'm homeless. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, okay, listen. It's not that the term expired and I didn't deal with it until after the term expired and find a new place to live. I purposefully I terminated the contract myself. Because I didn't want to pay rent anymore. And I also didn't find another place to live afterwards. So this is what privileged homelessness looks like. Yes, it was on purpose. They didn't fire me, I walked. But it's fine, it's fine. Like, I have to move out by the 5th of July or something. I have to be gone. But I don't currently have a place to go. But I'll figure it out. Listen, I've got like 3 whole weeks to find a place to move to. It's fine. It's like 3 whole weeks. So, it's easy. Anyone got a place to stay in the southern part of England? A couch? No, I'm not. I'm not doing that. ADHD. It's not ADHD. It's called being lazy. No, I'm joking. It's very hard to tell the two apart, though. Who is lazy and who has problems? Is it both? I don't know. Let's keep going. Car stream. Living in my parents' car. Guys, have you seen the TikTok? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm moving on just a little bit. There's a TikTok I keep watching over and over again. This isn't. Ah! No! Ah! You see what I watch? I just stare at these 24/7. I don't even play Minecraft. Anyway, it's not what I'm doing. This. Now this isn't me. This isn't me. But I did find it funny. And I did enjoy it, and I can't find it. Okay, never mind. Wait! I'm gonna fucking find this song. I hate TikTok. I hate it. I hate it. Because once you watch something, it's gone forever. It's genuinely gone forever. There is no hope. Hi, Garrett. Welcome in. Damn it! Never mind. Never mind. Commercial break is what it is what it is. I'm so annoyed. Never mind. Ugh. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It wasn't even related. What were you talking about? Oh yeah, Australian Jesus. Okay, cool. So the air conditioning's pretty cold. He's using emotional manipulation and using the Barnum Forer effect, thank you for that, where he makes lots of really vague statements that could apply to anyone, then asks them to share really specific personal memories, then catalyzes that saying, yeah, your mother did hate you, didn't she, bitch? That's what she wants, until they have an emotional breakdown, and then says, yeah, now you've healed. Thanks to the light of the Lord, go sit down. And that's how you get people committed to your cult. Here's a child doing it, I guess. There's Jesus down here. That's the reincarnation of Mary Magdalene. The child didn't have much to share.
Before he became Jesus, Miller was a Jehovah's Witness pastor.
No way.
But fell out with the church over an incident with a prostitute. I first met him and Mary during the Brisbane.
Oh, AJ! So Jehovah's Witnesses, they're a cult as well. They're more established, they're more stable as far as cults go. People just leave them be. But they are officially a cult. So he was a Jehovah's Witness cult pastor. What do you mean? First of all, what do we mean before he became Jesus? And then also, what do we mean incident with a prostitute? So basically, he was like, yo, I want to be a Jehovah's Witness pastor, but they don't let me have prostitutes. So that's lame. I'm going to go start my own cult. And that's what AJ did. Good for AJ.
For many years, Miller made his money out of land development and a computer business. But now
he was a tech boy.
He believes he holds the salvation of the world in his hands, along with a growing number of disciples who...
So he said that since he was 2 years old, he had memories of 2,000 years worth of his life, right? But he didn't know what it meant, and he only accepted that he was actually Jesus when he was 40. So once he was kicked out of the Jehovah's thing and failed to make enough money from the IT thing. So that's convenient. But anyway.
Who are buying properties next to him. He lives outside Kingaroy in Queensland.
My first memories were having nails driven through my feet, and those memories began when I was just over 2 years of age. So I didn't put them together as, oh, I'm Jesus from that. And so I just sort of slotted it into the back of my head and went merrily on with my life until such a time as I started having a lot more specific memories about my life, which happened when I was 33, really.
Is it true that your mother tried to commit you to a psychiatric ward?
Yes, it is true. Yeah. And so, and these are things that I knew would occur. This is why I went, what? I've got to, like, I'm having all these memories of who I am, and I realise all of these different things coming up, and I also think about my future, and I go, boy, do I really want to bite this off again?
Okay, so the fun thing about memory is that it's all bullshit. I've given you the speech before. Like, memory is all nonsense. We do not know anything. The short and skinny of it is that memory's pretty good. Like, we know what's going on, kind of. But any single one of your memories could be totally wrong, fabricated, changed, not real in certain degrees. You could implant them all the time and you forget a shit ton. So as a general vague vibe of your life, as a consistent stream of consciousness, yeah, your memory's fine. Like, you're fine. And there'll be some stuff that you remember perfectly well. Most of it is fuzzy and some details will be wrong. Some of it is completely wrong, never happened, you're insane. Memory lies, it cheats, and you can change it. That's reassuring. Yeah, everyone's adrift. Everyone's just floating in a river somewhere. No one knows what's going on. But basically, your memory, you can change it all the time. If you repeat a story to yourself, it can overwrite the memory of that story. Because you remember the language, you remember speaking, you remember someone else telling you something way better than the memory itself. So you can literally remember something that happened to you. And if you, every day for a week or something, told a different version of that memory, you would overwrite it. You would 100% overwrite it. You can try that if you want to, although that's scary. But you can try that. You can write down the original and then every day for a week write down the new version and see what you actually remember. And the fun thing about memories for most people, I mean, there are conditions that mean imagining stuff is hard. But for most things, the fun thing about memories is you don't remember words. You remember the vibe. You remember the memory. You remember the vibe. You remember the colors, the images, the pictures. And when someone tells you something, when there's a word on the screen, you imagine that picture. Now, apart from if you have conditions such as, what's it called? Astralasia. That's not right. Amblyopia. That's not right. I made a TikTok about it. Aphantasia. Thank you. Yes, if you have aphantasia, then not so much. But for most people, if I said pina colada, you have an image in your head, or a sound, or a smell, or all of the above. I imagine a pina colada on the beach with the song If You La Pina Colada, and maybe a girl with long hair. That just pops in there straight away. So you have photos of whatever it is. So when someone retells you the story of something that either never happened or they're rewriting a previous memory, so they're getting it wrong, you will literally imagine the version that they're saying. So it's not that you remember the words that someone said, you literally remember the images different. The memory itself changes, like cutting over a film. Right? So, if you were raised, let's say you're a Jehovah's Witness, okay? Just the first example that came in my head. Let's say you're a Jehovah's Witness, and from the age of being a baby, they literally tell you stories and stories and stories about Jesus on the cross and all of this stuff. When they tell you that story, you imagine it happening. You got pictures and images in your head for most people, or films in your head. If your brain done do a wrong thing, and if your brain conflates different stuff together, you have a weird concept of who you are and your identity compared to other people, or you're absolutely fucking delulu, then what you can do is you can take those images and think, shit, did that happen to me? And I'm sure that's happened to all of us. Put a 1 in the chat if you have a memory but you're not sure if that happened to you or if someone told you about it, or if you're not sure that it happened or if it was a dream. Did I get lost in a supermarket, or was that my friend? All of us, exactly, because we remember the story. And especially if it was about like being a kid or being a dream, we don't necessarily remember if it was real or not, or if it was us. We see ourselves from other people's perspective. Really, really, really freaking weird. So if you're a little baby and you hear lots of stories about Jesus, lots of memories about Jesus, you can absorb them and not realize that they're not you. Now, it's pretty extreme, but the brain doesn't do silly things all the time. So his mother trying to put him in a psychiatric ward, probably a good idea. Because my guy thinks he's Jesus because he has memories of all the stories that have been told to him. That's my theory as to why he might have these memories, assuming he's not straight up lying. Yeah. Last week I fought a dragon. I was definitely not playing D&D. Oh no, oh no. Cryptomnesia! Is that what it's called? That's so cool. Yes, memory leakage. Memory overridden. We're all magnets, man. We're all 1s and 0s. Cloud memories get swapped. Files get corrupted. It's all... No one knows what's going on, basically. So that's what I would say is happening to my boy over here. But he could just be lying. But let's say that he's not.
My mum and dad in the first century followed me around, telling everybody I was crazy for most of my ministry. So you know, my father didn't even change his mind until my passing in the first century.
So can you show me the nail marks in your hands?
Of course not. Because it's not the same body.
Yeah, that was a stupid
Miller
question.
spreads the word via the web,
Come on,
YouTube,
interviewer. Get your head out of your ass.
seminars here and around the world. He claims there are 100,000 of his DVDs in circulation. He calls his message the Divine Love Path, which offers oneness with God through AJ's teachings.
How long have you been doing the path? Like,
I'm just looking at everyone.
hold it right up.
Praying for God's love and courage and strength, because I'm feeling a lot of fear right now.
What in the hell? She's having a moment. Anyway, yeah. Deproxy, thanks for the prime. I appreciate that. AC intensifies. It's just really, really chilly in there. It's really, really chilly. That's what it is. So here is a story about someone who was part of his cult.
Yeah, Jennifer is one of the
He's
most
Scottish.
effervescent and lively spirits put into a body that I'd ever seen. With some one of the most amazing connections that I've ever had with another human being.
So in that relationship, what happened for yourself is it just triggered more of that childhood hurt that you felt with men.
Jennifer was introduced to Miller's teaching by 2 Australian friends and became captivated.
This is why you don't listen to your friends.
She would watch and listen up to
He's having a
5
panic
hours
attack
a
and he's
day.
grunting. Yeah, it would
Every
be what it
day.
was, isn't it, Arlen?
There would be more downloads, and it was continuous. I watched Jen over the course of a month
She got
or
obsessed
so,
with the podcasts.
basically become so absorbed in it that it seemed to be the whole focus for her. It was everything that she would be listening to.
Parasocial,
She came
for
to
sure.
me with tears.
Put a 1 in the chat if this has been you, totally for real, for real. Maybe not with a cult leader, though. I did watch all of Brian Cox's physics podcasts on repeat over and over and over again for like a hot few weeks, but I was hooked on the space, okay? I was hooked on black holes and whatnot, not Brian Cox specifically. Although I would give him my house. This is her? No, this is her husband, I think.
And I said,
He's Scottish?
to me, Dugan,
I said
he
that already.
really is
Dugan.
Jesus. AJ really is Jesus.
Unbeknown
Aw,
to
she
her
bought into
husband,
it.
she began donating money to Miller and communicating by phone and email. Miller raised doubts about whether her husband was her soulmate.
Apparently, there's some requirement for soulmates, according to A.J. Miller, which brought into our relationship the innuendo of doubt
Oh no.
as to whether or not she and I were soulmates.
Oh no.
It was as if there was a third party sitting right between us.
What
all
was the
the time.
criteria that you were
And
missing?
I was watching Jennifer basically just disappear.
Within 5 months, Jennifer left Dugan and planned to come to Australia to be with Miller. Desperate, Dugan contacted Rick Ross, America's leading cult deprogrammer, to stage an intervention.
When Dugan first contacted me, he was very worried, and he was hoping that somehow through an
He's
intervention,
dressed like a priest.
they might reconcile.
Is that on purpose?
Jennifer, A.J. Miller is not Jesus.
I explained to Jennifer that after meeting many cult leaders that
I
claim
like to imagine that's all it is. He just stands up with one of AJ's videos and is like, AJ Miller is not Jesus. AJ Miller is not Jesus, just over and over and over again for 3 hours. Hey, Jennifer, hey, listen, look at me. AJ Miller is not Jesus. Hey, what? Hey. Not Jesus. Just for hours.
claimed to be Jesus or God. How could she be sure that Miller was in fact Jesus? And all she could respond is, the teachings make me feel good.
It's given me joy.
And there was a kind of euphoria that she experienced from listening to the
Let
tapes.
her watch like Modern
And
Family or something.
In a sense, this is a
That makes
key
me feel
to the
good
way
sometimes.
that Miller
Modern Family is a great show.
quells their critical thinking, induces the kind of self-hypnosis that I've seen. They put their headphones on and they listen to downloads for hours on end. And I think this has a mind-numbing effect on them.
I am out of here.
The intervention failed.
Excellent dramatization. I love
Basically,
it.
Miller sets himself up as God. He is Jesus Christ. He is the God.
Damn. Hi, Akaria. Welcome in. What makes a person believe this? Is there any benefit for a person who believes? Loads. There are loads of benefits and loads of reasons why people might fall into this. So the main reason is people who are searching for purpose, basically is what it is. So people will be upset at something that's happening in their lives, or they'll feel like something's not quite right or not going on. They'll probably have a history of low self-esteem or anxiety or depression or blah, 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 whatever it is. And then they will come across something. It happens slowly. It builds up slowly over time. They will come across something that provides answers. So, for example, there was a woman who got stuck in a cult in South Korea. And she basically didn't have many friends. She just moved to university at the age of 18. She didn't have many friends. She was really anxious all the time, really upset. And she felt like because she was focusing on friends and partying, all this stuff, that she wasn't a very good Christian. She was Christian. And she got upset because she wasn't doing her Christian thing. And then this girl approached her in a mall and was like, hey, I'll be your friend. You should come to our Bible study group. And then slowly it built up from there. They said, we have all the answers. We're really good Christians. We wake up at 5 a.m. every morning and we are super sunny and super happy all of the time. And we can help you. You can be like us. Lo and behold, about a year later, she's on a bus to South Korea to go be one of the new wives of the second coming of Christ, who was an old man and made to have sex with him. She's fine now. She escaped. But like still, yeah, that's the JMS cult. Is it? I don't know. But yeah. So usually it's people who are searching for something. It's people who are struggling with themselves or struggling with meaning or feeling like they don't know what to do or what's going on. And then someone appears who has all the answers. Someone who's confident. Someone who can say, don't worry. Don't worry. Put it all down. Put your mind to rest. I'm going to do it for you. I'm going to take care of you. I'm going to do this for you. All you have to do is just show up. Just listen to the podcast. You'll be fine. And then isn't that really nice? It's like, oh, okay, yeah, you do it for me. Chira, thanks for the bits.
The _Trumu says, I like to imagine he sits there with a spray bottle and asks, who's Jesus? And each time they say Miller, he sprays them like, no bad.
In the D Jesus-eyeing. What was it called? The deprogramming. The cult deprogrammer. Who's Jesus? AJ. No! Psh, psh, bad. Who's Jesus? Yeah, exactly. There's loads of other reasons why people might join cults. It might happen just really, really slowly and accidentally, and you could be perfectly fine, but then they could make you doubt something, so they can put those things onto you. Usually you're recruited, if not through stuff like that, usually you're recruited through friends and family. So friends introduced her to AJ. Because that's a form of credibility and reputation. And besides, if they have your friends and family in the cult already, then that's another reason why it might be hard to leave. Because you leave, you can't talk to them ever again. So you really want to... You're not just calling AJ and yourself wrong for believing in this cult. You're also calling your friends and family wrong. You're also you're saying they're stupid and you're going to leave and never speak to them again. So they like to expand outwards in that way to provide more credibility to it and also more danger for leaving. Just like MLMs, 100%. Yeah. Woo! But in terms of benefits of believing into this, it makes people feel comfortable. It makes them feel comfort that they're going to be okay. It can give joy. It can do weird things to your brain, like neurologically. It can fill you with a whole bunch of nice feelings and dopamine and whatever. And it can relax you and calm you down, and you can dedicate yourself to a very clear-cut purpose instead of all the doubt and worry. Until you realize that you're in a cult and you're being asked to go marry someone and be a prostitute for the cause or something. Or you're asked to drink the Kool-Aid or whatever it is. Eventually there is a waking up period, I imagine. But by that point, you can't leave. So, yikers! Anyway.
Man. And if you disagree with him, you disagree with God. So if you have a spouse or a family member and they are critical of Miller, they have come against God. And therefore, they are not spiritually right for you. Or as Miller might say, they are not your soulmate.
Yesterday morning, I left my husband after 30 years.
Babe!
And...
yesterday morning?
Yes. And I knew that it was something I needed to do because I was in an unloving situation, and I knew that I no longer really loved him. Oof. And so I wasn't living in truth.
Yep.
But it was still very hard and it was still very sad.
Yeah.
I've talked to so many
I guess for her, she needed to leave anyway.
Around you who are married, some of them married for many years.
Yep.
Still.
And I asked them the question, how long have you been married? Some people say 25 years. I say, is your wife your soulmate?
And they say, I don't know.
They say, I don't know.
And that's okay.
It's not okay, AJ.
Why?
It puts a tremendous pressure. Marriages are breaking up around you because of this teaching about soulmates.
It will become very obvious to you whether the person you're currently with is your soulmate or not. And this is what...
And why does he talk about that so much? Like, he's doing a whole workshop on it. Is your current partner actually your soulmate? Why would he focus on that so much? Why would he do that? To split people up? Australians. No. To split people up. So to take away influence, to isolate them. Yeah, it's the same reason why the girl who was recruited into that South Korean cult was told that her family were full of demons so that she would move away from them and not talk to them ever again. It's the same thing. Exactly. So they turn to him for answers and not someone else. So they're less likely to be pulled away from the cult. Hi, Tess. Welcome in.
Why it's so good to be in your current relationship and work through the issues until you get to the point where you know that this isn't right. And when you know it isn't right, obviously that is the time for you to leave.
My teachings are all about love, developing relationship.
No, they're not, AJ.
They are.
They're not.
Go
lot
off.
of your teachings
He is
are about
roasting him.
addictions, about emotions, about fear, about struggle. You take people into a sort of holocaust,
Hi,
an
Jermaine,
emotional
welcome in.
holocaust.
Yeah, I can't agree with that, David.
Emotional
I'm sorry.
That's what I see.
holocaust.
When you start opening this soulmate side of you, what will happen is every other attraction
Rage
that
ritual
you've ever
retreat,
had
it
will
is.
start to die.
Wow. Wow. I think there's an epiphany trigger that manipulators can activate, and the victim will associate this experience with whatever bullshit the charlatan is spouting, even though the experience is basically biological. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So the things he was doing with the microphone earlier when he was trying to get people to talk about their traumas and then talking about how it made them feel and make them have a panic attack. But it's an epiphany. It's an enlightening experience, right? Wow, 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 wow. And then that emotion, that feeling. And also there are lots of things you can do to trigger a bunch of different neurotransmitters to come blossoming out of your brain that makes you feel really good and really nice in lots of different ways. It doesn't mean that it's a spiritual experience that that person has given you, and it doesn't mean that it's true. It's like a lot of the time, people do a fuck ton of shrooms or something, and then they have a cool, quirky moment, and they're like, wow, I understand the truth of the universe. Now, most people, when they do a fuck ton of shrooms, and they have a moment like, I feel I understand the root of the universe, I'm so clever right now. When they come out of it, they realize, man, I was an idiot. For example, my friend, Hi Sky, he was like, to his other friend who was also doing it, they told me about this years afterwards, they were like, wow, do you ever get the feeling that in this room particularly, it's like a desert? It feels like a desert feels, you know? And my friend was like, yeah, wow. And then when they came out of it, they realized it was just really fucking hot in that room. And they were like, oh my God, we're so stupid. Because it doesn't make you magic. It doesn't wake you up to the truths of the universe. It makes you dumb. Fun. Stay safe. Stay safe. We don't condone crime. Stay safe out there. Use responsibly or don't use it all. Anyway, but dumb. Okay, that's what it is. But some people, when they come out of it, they don't attribute those feelings or those epiphanies to having fun and being stupid or whatever. They attribute it to seeing God, and they think that it was all real. And this is why, if you're not sure if you're having an epiphany, maybe write it down. And then when you read it afterwards, you're like, the fuck does that even mean? Yes, it's also clear now. We are like buffalo at the watering hole. Dude, you're just brushing your teeth. You're just brushing your teeth at a tap. You're not a buffalo.
Says, hi, I am Perry, and I don't understand shroom enlightenment, nor do I appreciate the groundbreaking realizations of my friends.
The groundbreaking realizations. To be fair, Truma thinks of the bits. There is some research into the positive effects of MDMA for relationship counseling and stuff. Again, with a licensed doctor in a place where it is legal. Don't just take, I'm not saying just take drugs, okay? Be safe, be responsible, we don't condone crime. But there is some research in the MDMA, creating closer bonds in terms of relationships and for therapy and that stuff. There is some research into psilocybin and other psychedelic treatments for various different things in terms of understanding relationships with your parents or things about your identity or things that are most important to you. And you can have cool moments of realization, but it doesn't mean that the drug makes you super smart and opens your third eye to God and the universe. You're still dumb, but you can realize things that are super obvious. So my friend said that one thing that a fuck ton of shrooms did give her was that she realized that actually she's not as selfish as she thought. So she told me she was having a really bad trip, basically. She was having a bad time. And she kept being really anxious. And then while she was anxious, she kept fretting over other people and being like, I really want them to have a good time. I really want to make sure they're having fun. Oh, can I get you some water? Can I get you some thing? And she thought of herself as a really selfish person before that, which is weird because she's not. She's lovely. But anyway, she thought of herself as a really self-obsessed person who doesn't care about anyone else. And then she noticed that when she was having a bad time herself, she wasn't thinking about that she was having a bad time. She was just worried for others. And she came out of it being like, hey, I'm pretty cool. So stuff like that, right? Stuff like that. Stuff that you could figure out anyway. The drug is not magical, basically. It just makes you dumb. And that's okay. That's okay. Stay safe. We don't condone crime. Stop writing things down. What are you writing down? What are you writing? But I don't know the research on it. There's some medical research. I don't fucking know. But still. Anyway, with a doctor. With a doctor. Vermi, thank you for the bits.
Dr_Vermi says, a friend of mine became a machine learning maths genuise after shrooms.
Genuise?
He saw the kernel trick happening in 800 dimensions, as he said. He worked at Google then, and his manager told him that everything he touches, he turns into gold. Do shrooms for maths kids? I'm joking.
Oh my god. Yeah, that doesn't... See, this is what I mean. Yeah, you dumb. Yeah, thank you for the bits. That's what it is. And that's okay. But this is what I mean. So a lot of the time in cults like this, especially like non-Christian or pseudo-Christian cults like this, a lot of them will have taken a fuck ton of psychedelics. A lot of them. And the reason why that is because they'll attribute stuff that they saw or felt in that time as being messages from God instead of being stupid. Yeah. So that's why that's kind of an underpinning. It's like evidence for them.
Do you think you'll ever stop missing it?
Hung, thanks for the bits!
Hungover Starko says, recent peer-reviewed studies into shrooms psilocybin have showed that it actually affections the neurons in your brain to make you really fucking rad.
Yeah, it just makes you super cool.
No.
Thanks for the bits.
I mean, I didn't find the person I wanted to marry.
Oh, his wife left him to join the cult.
Until I was 56 years old. In my heart, no, I'll never get over missing her.
Oh. I like his plait.
I'm really, 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 really amazed by...
Lost his wife to a cult.
Just the stunning arrogance that this man has.
Trumo, thanks for the bits!
The _Trumu says Harry Styles had to go to the hospital due to shrooms. He panicked and bit off a chunk of his tongue and couldn't stop bleeding.
Is that real? Oh my god. Stay safe out there.
To claim what he's claiming. I mean, he's about as...
he does look like a long-haired Liam Neeson. He does.
I don't think he would know Jesus if Jesus came and bit him in the arse.
Oh, fantastic. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. But he do got a whiteboard. And this is why Australian Jesus is so charismatic. Watch this. You're going to love it. I kind of get why people are after him.
Jesus, my Lord? What do I call, or AJ?
Definitely not my Lord. I'm nobody's Lord. Just call me AJ, or my name is Jesus, obviously, but most people don't feel comfortable calling me Jesus, so I'm happy with AJ.
Do you call him Jesus, Mary?
On occasion. On occasion I do, yeah.
How does it feel, though, Jesus talking to us today?
Mansory, thanks for the bits!
Mansorioma says, I wish to declare that no intention to lead or give any expert advice based on any statement I made in chat, including but not limited to the aforementioned.
Thank you. I appreciate that. In bed she does. See, why did I think that too? On occasion I call him Jesus. I also call him Daddy. No, I'm joking. Why did I think that? She fine. She Mary Magdalene.
Knowing that 99.9% of that audience are mocking you, or laughing
we would never mock them.
Or saying,
what is the patterns that are happening on their clothes?
And she must be as bad.
It's like hypnosis for the eyes. It's like
I've experienced that kind
sensory
of
overload from his shirt
most of my life in the first century, as well as the life now. We also receive that kind of treatment. So, and we're fairly used to that kind of treatment. I think when the majority of people actually hear or listen to what we say,
like genuinely
then of course they have a much deeper interest in what's going on, and often they...
Is the second coming more difficult than the first coming?
No,
I mean, no one's going to kill you this time around, I suppose, from that point of view.
Depends on your recharge time, that's what I've heard.
It's better.
Certainly, there are a lot more opportunities in this coming than in the first coming. Obviously, in the first coming, we could only spend time sharing with people through the word of mouth. Whereas in this coming, we've got things like, technology to share the truth with people, which is something that we do quite a lot of nowadays.
Through what? Through Facebook and Twitter and social media? Or?
No, we only do it through YouTube or through our own website.
Damn, YouTube lets you get away with that?
Share those things, and it's all for free. Nobody has to pay anything to listen to the YouTube channel or to get anything from the website. But there's almost 1,000 hours of material.
Because there has been that accusation, hasn't there, is that people pay and you have DVDs and cassettes to listen to and books.
It's a big cult
So that
following.
people are saying, oh, you're just creating a cult and you're exploiting people.
Yeah, that's what they say, but the reality is that we do everything for free and we receive donations from people, obviously, because that's
the reality,
the only way
we do that, but we do it for free.
But usually we receive donations from people that are happy with what they're hearing or find that it's changing their life in some way.
The cult members are happy. That's why they give us all their money. Like, it's fine.
Jesus and Mary are saying today, and if it affects you one way or the other, or you're just going to be completely dismissive from this from the outset, let's accept what he has to say at face value and let's listen to what the man has to say. But I would have thought, as a courtesy, if you are who you say you are, would you not have called upon the big Christian leaders and said, "Hello, Holy Father the Pope, just to let you know, I'm here, I'm back in town"?
Well, my policy has always been, for the last 2,000 years, never to force myself onto people. So
no, that's why you're on a chat show.
I would never force myself onto the Pope or force myself onto a religious leader to have a discussion. If they want to have a discussion with me, I'm very open to having a discussion.
This is how my dad talks to people he doesn't respect.
No, at this point, no, because they
Let's believe what he has to say for now.
Some kind of cult leader who wants to do.
Do you know how you could change that? You could change that by, for instance, these glasses of water in front of us. You could change that by turning these into wine. You could change that by people are going to say,
do a trick.
Say, go on then, Jesus, impress me, show me a miracle.
Yes, well, in the first century, whenever somebody wanted me to impress them, I generally didn't. But the reality is that it wasn't until I was 31 in the first century that I could perform any miracles at all, and I never turned
40
water
now.
into wine. Actually, that's a myth. But I did perform other miracles in the first century once I became at one with God. And as I've said to people nowadays, I'm not yet at one with God again. I've got to go through the same process that I went through in the first century.
So how come it was easy for you the first time and not now? Second coming was harder in the end.
Might call miracles, but to us they're just
how convenient.
One with God.
Gosh, there's so much I want to talk to you about.
Yeah, you grew up in a very small community in South Australia.
I did.
So when did you believe, when did you think, I am Jesus?
I can make your money mine. How about that miracle?
I've had memories all of my life.
He pulled Mary Magdalene again, so that's a bloody miracle.
It's been very difficult to assimilate them psychologically into my current life. So that didn't happen until I was 40. God is playing hard to get. Just after 40 years of age.
God is edging him.
I've had many
40 or 14?
14. Yeah. Now I'm 50 now, so 10 years ago, around about, but I've had many memories from the age of 2 onwards. But
so when you say memories, what sort of things are we talking about?
Memories of my life, of what happened in the first century.
Yes, Mansur? I can maintain it. Unpause! Okay.
Yeah, that was resurrection. Yes.
Have people ever said to you that could just be a dream? We all have dreams that we've been.
Are you dreaming, Jesus?
Certainly, certainly they could be those things, and I've spent a lot of time hoping they were actually, because I realise that if I said what I'm currently saying, that obviously people would generally respond with laughter and derision initially, and so of course I myself even hoped that they weren't real.
But of course, Mary, then you come into the picture, and you believe you two were meant to be. What do you remember of Jesus' first time around?
On her necklace.
In the first century, when we knew each other.
I like it.
I remember him as very similar to how he is now, a very humble man, very kind man who gave a lot to others.
See, if I said to you, I'm Jesus, you wouldn't think I was humble, but he says it and everyone's like, damn, he's so nice about it. Do you know what I mean? Like, how come he gets to be Jesus and not me? I'm clearly the best Jesus of all the Jesuses, don't you think? But guys, what are your opinions on Australian Jesus so far? So we had Filipino Jesus. He did a whole fuck ton of crimes like trafficking and whatnot, living in his mansion and made people work for less than minimum wage, fanning him with palm fronds. Then we had Siberian Jesus. He just wanted people to live in a little town with daisies and work on looms and stuff, and he's kept stroking loaves of bread for some reason. But he also he isolated and segregated people and manipulated them and said they couldn't leave the cult either. He got arrested by the Russian government. And then there's Australian Jesus, who's this dude. What do we think? What do we think about him? You don't think he's the Messiah. He's just a very naughty boy. I think that's the second time you've said that. But he does sing acoustic guitar Green Day. Okay, he does do that. And he has a whiteboard. So on the one hand, you know, there's that.
Green, because the leader controls everything.
I forgot about the Green Day too.
The leader is this man.
My name's Alan John.
Sold. You think he's creepier than the other two? Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm gonna poll it of the three because we have to get to the fourth one. The fourth one is my favorite. We have to. So this is the third one of the three. Pick a Jesus, any Jesus. Who is your favorite Jesus so far? Pick a Jesus, any Jesus. Do we like Pokeboy? What is his name? Bill Boy. What is it? I cannot remember his name. Kibaloy is his name. Do we like Filipino Jesus? Kibaloy, who is on the lam now. 100 different police officers tried to storm his house, but he evaded them because of all the trafficking. We got Quiboloy, or whatever his name is. We've got Siberian Jesus. And we've got Aussie Jesus. Aussie Jesus, AJ. Who's your favorite Jesus so far? Who is your favorite Jesus so far? If you could pick any Jesus, what Jesus would you follow? You're spoiled for G-Bye. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. We're gonna have to move on from Aussie Jesus. I think we've seen enough. I think you get it because we're running out of time. And I need to show you the fourth Jesus. The fourth Jesus is the best Jesus. Oh, you guys are torn. You really don't like sex trafficking Kibaloy. Why? I think, listen. You can, don't you remember all the music videos that he made? He's top of the pops 24/7. He has like choirs that absolutely pump out bangers and drum kits and stuff. You don't, Kibaloy, no? Gah. Okay. Well, we want Siberian Jesus and Aussie Jesus AJ. So we've got one extra vote for Aussie Jesus AJ over Siberian Jesus. Is that because of the Green Day? Is that the reason why? We're torn. We're split. Well. I'm in with AJ for Green Day and Mary Magdalene. Yeah, to be fair, AJ does come with not only an acoustic guitar and a whiteboard, but the smoking hot babe of Mary Magdalene. So he's got some extra add-ons. If he was a Barbie doll, he'd be like Barbie doll plus, you know, complete with bag or something. AJ walked the lonely road, the only one that he has ever known. He doesn't know where it goes. I vote for Mary, but she's not on the poll. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Miracles sold separately. He's not one with God yet. That's why he can't do miracles. God. Kibaloy said he could do miracles. But they were, you know, they were somewhere else. They were in the room with us, but he couldn't, you know, whatever. Whatever. Okay. So we're torn. We're torn between Siberian Jesus and Australian Jesus. Well, did anyone ask for British Jesus? Yeah! This is British Jesus. It's actually from the same video that we started with, which is a nice full circle thing.
The matter of faith.
So, here is British Jesus. This is a nice little intro for him, I think. Not this guy. Ignore him. This is someone else. This guy.
Meanwhile, in London, David Shaler says he is the true Lord of Lords.
Woo!
But unlike Viserion, no one believes him.
that doesn't bother me because I was chosen by God.
The former British intelligence agent says his body was...
So, like, in Australia, they got Jesuses with the cults. In America, they make their compounds. In Siberia, they flock to, like, flower-filled fields that's beautiful and everything like that. In the Philippines, they have huge mansions and visa immigration fraud. In the UK, he's ignored. In the UK, he's like, no. Sorry,
Filled
we
with the
lack
Spirit of
faith.
Jesus
We're
in
too cold
2007,
and wet all the
A
time.
conviction which intensifies on a visit to Jerusalem.
We're in the Church Holy Sepulchre, and this behind me is supposed to be the tomb of Christ. Well, I'm Christ, I'm not in the tomb, I'm not dead yet.
But with no support, he lives in a squatter's camp outside London.
My agreement with Jesus, I don't ask for money off people. If you're the Messiah, you shouldn't be asking for money. You should have faith that God will look after you.
Prove to me that you are a son of God.
And this is Kibo Loy as a comparison. Oh, I feel bad. British Jesus. Now, as I said at the start of the film, you can't always tell by looking at someone where they were born. I actually meant in terms of turtles. You can't tell just by looking at a turtle or a tortoise where it's born. Actually, you can, because it's about whether or not the feet are webbed. Anyway, but you can tell that this man was born in Middlesbrough. You really can. He is from Middlesbrough. Now, he used to work for MI5. MI5. Not quite MI6, but almost. He was in the terrorist attack prevention bit of it. Let's throw it back. There he is. He's in the intelligence prevention bit of it. And he basically did a bunch of stuff. So counterterrorism, domestic security. He monitored political activities in groups that were considered subversive. So he probably has seen a cult in his day or two. But around 1997, so I don't know how long he'd been working there for, but I think quite a while, he got super disillusioned with the incompetence and unethical practices of MI5, because apparently they were illegally spying on political figures, and there was knowledge about terrorism attacks that might happen, and people didn't really do anything about it, and it was like really annoying. There was so much incompetence going on, according to him. Failed opportunities to prevent crimes, basically. And so he whistleblew. And you may have heard of David Shayler for other reasons. That would be the reason. He is a whistleblower. And he fled to France after sharing all of this information. But they found him and they extradited him in 2000. And he went to prison for 2 years. 6 months. He went to prison for 6 months. When he came out of prison, he kind of became a bit of a kooky dude, and he started getting involved in 9/11 conspiracy theories, which I guess tracks, right? If he knows that MI5 has been up to shady shenanigans and wasn't preventing terrorist attacks that they could have prevented, then I guess the whole 9/11 conspiracy thing, it tracks that he might fall into that. Not that it's true, but that he might fall into that. Because a lot of 9/11 conspiracies are that the government knew and didn't do it, or it was a cover-up for a demolition that they had planned, and that the pilots were actually US people and they just faked the whole thing so they could start a war or whatever it is. Bush did it, exactly. So that's kind of the conspiracy theories around 9/11. And so it kind of tracks that he would get into that and spiral down the drain of that one. But then he got kookier. He got kookier and kookier and kookier. So this is 2002. By 2007, he started saying that he was Jesus. That he was a divine being with prophetic powers. And unlike our other Jesuses, no one listened to poor David. Everyone just kind of ignored him, and now he's squatting. Poor David. Someone needs to get him some help, I think. But I do find it funny that this is the only Jesus that has been ignored. He sat next to an empty bottle of milk. Listen, the cost of living crisis is we don't have time, okay? We don't have time for a Jesus. He's that dude in the pub just rambling. There's 3 of them every single day saying that he's Jesus. Fuck off. But anyway, there it is. Can we talk about rent? Right? You can't get anywhere for under $1,000 a month these days. Like anywhere in a place that you would actually work. It's ridiculous. Unless it's a house share, and I do not want to share. I mean, I already live with someone. I don't live alone, but I don't want to share a house with strangers because I'm really awful to live with. They will hate me. I am so dirty. I am messy. So I don't want to do that. I don't need to hear all of this. Oh, Perry, you never take the bins out. Oh, Perry, you never do your dishes. Shut the fuck up. I'm an adult, okay? I'll do what I fucking want. Like, shush. no. I'm not about it. Not about it. If I want to live in squalor, that is my choice. 1K with or without? Without. Don't be silly. Without. Without anything. And then you have to pay council tax. And then there's bills. And then there's food. Fenessa, thanks for the follow. And then that's, to be fair, you can't really live in a city for that. So then you've also got travel and commute to whatever job you have. And the average national wage is like 28K, 30K, not even, which is not enough to afford any of what I've just said. So, yikes. Anyway, hence why there are so many house shares available. If you can afford a living room, you're basically royalty. A living room? I don't even know what that is. That's not true. I had a living room. But yes, indeed. So interestingly about David Shayler, before he absolutely lost his rocker, he started talking about his experiences in the MI5. So this was just after he was a whistleblower, just after he got out of prison for 6 months. And he started getting involved in anti-war demonstrations and preaching international peace, the bastard. In 1997, David Shayler came to the public prominence when he blew the whistle on MI6 MI5, funding Al-Qaeda to assassinate a foreign head of state. MI6 may be up to me. To this day, the British government has never heard his evidence.
I thought I'd join the services to stop terrorism. That being the kind of argument they made to me during the recruitment process. I'd obviously raised concerns, the things I'd read about MI5 in the press, and they kind of assured me those things weren't true. So now I was in a situation where I wasn't actually stopping terrorism, I was party to funding a terrorist operation.
Now the thing is, I don't know, he's not a very credible source because he does think he's Jesus. It's not a credible source, but it does sound realistic that he would get disillusioned from his job and then lose his mind, rather than thinking that all the stuff, or like being paranoid about it.
I paid in the US £1,200 a month for a 40 square metre apartment, and that isn't even that bad for a good chunk of the US.
Oh, Jesus. Sorry about that. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate that. Yeah, so, I mean, it could go both ways. He could be super paranoid about MI5 and MI6 and being really weird about it and having delusions about it, and that's why he thinks they're doing a bunch of stuff and he's not very credible. And that's just continued on, and now he thinks he's Jesus. Or he got disillusioned from the truth, lost his mind, and now he thinks he's Jesus. So it's pretty hard to know which way around he goes. They would probably off him if he was a credible source. They're not Boeing. Dave! Let's go.
You might have heard many things about David Shayler.
Oh, he's not looking too good, you know.
Spy, whistleblower, traitor, transvestite, prophet.
Profit!
But very few know the real man. In late 2013, I sat him down in a cell known as the Tank in Highgate, London, and debriefed him on his experiences.
Sorry. Big Dave down the pub.
I blew the whistle on MI6 funding Al-Qaeda in an operation in which innocent people died. I blew the whistle because I believe that a wider audience needed to know what was going on behind the scenes in the British
London! Sorry. That's where I am,
Dave
not specifically there.
For the 9/11 Truth movement before he had his awakening.
9/11 was used as the excuse for the so-called war on terror, a war on terrorism that has in fact been a war on freedom.
I mean, maybe.
The grandson of Parks gardener and steelworker and son of a construction manager and nursery school teacher, Dave spent his formative years in the northeast of England.
I was thinking that,
which made
Shawnee,
him
yeah.
a lifelong Borough fan.
Bit problematic, but that's
The
okay.
age of
That's
9,
okay. It was a
came
different
to
time, different time.
In Buckinghamshire, the home counties essentially. So I was there from 9 to 18, went off to university basically. Now, I was never ever a Queen and Country man. In 1991, if someone had told me early that year that I'd worked for MI5 in my life, I would have laughed at them. If they'd said you'd be working for MI5 by the end of this year, I would have just thought this person was insane. And yet that's what happened.
I see no reason for doubt so far.
Dave went to Dundee University, where he got a degree.
I was in Dundee!
During
I didn't
his
go
time
to
there,
that
he
uni.
spent a year as editor of the student newspaper. On graduating, he got a job with the Sunday Times, but was let go after 7 months.
So yeah, I worked for the Sunday Times. Sunday
Why
Times
were you
sat
let
there for
go?
7 months. It didn't work out. It wasn't. It wasn't. It was supposed to be a training scheme, and no one had thought it through. And it was. I was looking for jobs in journalism after that. I saw the advert saying Godot isn't coming across the top page in the classified section of the Independent.
It wasn't so much that it sounded like a job in journalism that interested Dave. It was the fact that he'd studied Waiting for Godot by Samuel Beckett in French and English.
What is that,
In the
Godot?
play, the eponymous Godot never turns up.
But anyway, I went to the interview in this
A
unmarked
Messiah.
building
Oh,
in
okay.
London. It was actually in Tottenham Court Road, just down from.
What's
where I was
MI5?
working
Spies.
at a strange coincidence.
British spies agency
you open
and
the door
stuff.
there, and
Intelligence.
There's no one working there. You get met by this sort of very epitome of an intelligence officer, this old guy with swept back silver hair and short pinstripe suit, very pucker type, patrician looking. It was the most mad interview. I sat down, and one of the first questions he asked was about my political views when I was 12, and do I have any religious beliefs? It's a bit weird, isn't it? But we get to a point where we're talking about the ethics of intelligence. And so he says to me, really, why do you think you're in?
She goes by Dolores Kane now. David Schaefer? Shayla, rather. I didn't see that in my thingy. In my research. Is that true? Oh yeah, Dolores Kane. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, cool. She also seems to be anti-Semitic. Oh no.
So of course you're thinking this is MI5, but you don't want to say that in case it's not. So the guy repeats the question. You say, well, this must be MI5. And he says, yes. And if you have to carry on the interview, you have to sign the Official Secrets Act. So of course I do. Somebody think, I'm a journalist. What have I just done?
Dave began a 7-month recruitment process, which involved a series of security vetting interviews with Dave's friends, and 2 days of intelligence and leadership tests to build a psychological profile of the candidate.
And I basically kind of just given people a story.
I'm gonna skip forward, I think.
Very apprehensive, and that was it. And then it began.
Okay, I skipped to the end. That's okay. That's the MI5 HQ. Okay, so that was his time in the MI5. And then Dave got involved in anti-war demonstrations, international peace things, blah, 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 blah. And then started getting involved in 9/11 truth movement. Yeah, they do label things with truth, conspiracy theorists, even when it's 100% not truth, etc., etc., etc. That was after they went to prison. And then, yes, there is a woman. Here's some more about the MI5 whistleblowing if you want. There is a woman who worked with Dave. I think she should be in the dictionary, right? There's a woman who worked with Dave at the time. Who was verifying their claims. So that's really interesting. That kind of actually disproves what I was saying, because I was thinking, okay, did Dave lose their mind and then was super paranoid about MI5 activities and then thought he was Jesus? Or did Dave get kind of caught up and disillusioned with the MI5 stuff and then lose their mind? So this lady is verifying the claims.
I worked for
that they
MI5 in the 1990s as an intelligence officer, and along with my former partner, a man who became quite a notorious whistleblower, David Shayler, we ended up blowing the whistle on a whole catalogue of crimes and incompetence carried out by the UK spy community, which included illegal phone taps, files on government ministers, innocent people being put in prison,
so she's
bombs that could and
verifying
should have been
everything he was
prevented.
saying.
And it culminated in an illegal assassination attempt against Colonel Gaddafi of Libya, paid for by MI6 in 1996. Now, we couldn't live with this, so we decided to blow the whistle, but there were very few avenues to go down to expose wrongdoing by the spies. And that resulted in us going literally on the run around Europe for a month. We had to live in hiding.
It's kind of fucked, again, not political, but it's kind of fucked that if you know there's illegal things happening and wrongdoing in your job, you're not allowed to tell anyone. I mean, maybe there are different routes that you're supposed to go through. Maybe you're supposed to tell, the boss or parliament or something instead of just telling the public, right? And maybe I feel like just telling the public is a bad idea. I don't know if whistleblowing is good. I mean, the public should know is what part of me is saying. But on the other side, it kind of makes sense that you shouldn't just tell the public everything. But I don't know. What do you think? Opinions on whistleblowing? Whistleblowing? Anyone? Anyone? Nuance. I hate nuance. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it. So yeah, here's some more about Dave. This is the YouTube video that he had 7 years ago. I'm using he because it's of this time, if that makes sense. I don't know. Now it's she, but of this time it was he, so that's why I'm doing that. But I don't know. But yeah, so here's a YouTube video that Dave made 7 years ago.
Seventh angel sounded his trumpet, and there were loud voices in heaven which said, "The kingdom of the world has become the kingdom of our Lord and of his Messiah."
So this is after he decided that he's Jesus.
Ever. Then God's temple in heaven was opened, and within his temple was seen the ark of his covenant.
I like the background.
Second woe was
it's
over,
giving Toast of
and
London.
The third was about to begin.
Father!
The seventh trumpet of Revelation has sounded. This means that the third woe has begun.
The third woe.
Hello and welcome to another bulletin from David Shayler the
Hi,
Christ.
David.
As you all know,
David Shayler the Christ
was the inauguration of the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Now let me talk you through some of the background here and some of the signs I have seen. Donald Trump was 70 years, 7 months, 7 days on the day of that inauguration. That gives you 777. People who follow my stuff will know that 777 is an extremely significant number in the prophecy. My own awakening was spelt by the date Saturday the 7th of July 2007, which is 4 sevens. We are now in the Hebrew year 5777.
Well,
so this number's
that proves
clearly
it
very
then.
important.
Yeah, that proves it.
But more importantly,
Can't argue with that.
was obviously the name of this man. His name is Trump, and we have the number 7. Those who know their book of Revelation
Math.
will know that there are 7 bowls and 7 this and 7 that
Yeah,
in Revelation.
7.
But most crucially,
It's also a
there are
Boeing product.
7
See, that makes sense.
trumpets.
That's what you see at this
And
casino.
the sounding
Bet
of
big.
the 7th trumpet signals the third woe. Now, people will wonder what the woe is. Woe we normally associate with something being bad, obviously. If you know your Shugbraki, our depiction of World War I and World War II, we write down as Work War I, Work War II. If you use the Shugbraki to decode these, and please do look at the Shugbraki, it's in the Third and Final Testament, or the Book of the Law, which you can find online.
He's got
It's
math
very clear
and
that these
English
spell
in his arsenal.
Woe and woey.
He didn't
So the
fail his
third
GCSEs.
woe
He just had
is
7
the
aneurysms.
Third
I just had
World
7
War.
aneurysms.
Now, why do I think this is a cause of celebration? Because this is going to be a different world war. When we say a world war, we are talking about the final battle. The final battle for every single soul out there.
Right, like apocalypse,
There's a very
doomsday.
famous part of the book of Revelation that says that the Messiah will stand on Armageddon, or the hillside known as Armageddon, and will conduct the
Armageddon.
final battle of good and evil. Well, in 2009, I went to that plain in Israel. I, in fact, stood on the altar at Armageddon.
See,
And I
Dave's
wondered
not
what the final
anti-Semitic.
battle was. And at that moment of meditation, God told me the final battle is within. So the Third World War is not what we traditionally have come to expect in terms of war. What it will be is when the dark side comes to you and says to you, ignore this truth, or carry on paying your mortgage, it's okay.
Stop,
And
you're
that
such a
is an
mean
offence
lord.
to the law of God, and is literally taking the food out the mouths of some of the poorest women and children in the world.
Not the women.
So when people say to you, I want to see you paying this mortgage, you turn around and say, no, because I have got the law on my side, the law of God, that gives corporations
this is
no
based.
rights because they have no
This
souls,
is
because they are
based.
not sentient
Fuck the government.
beings.
Let's no one pay your taxes. Do I have to pay back a mortgage? Hell no. Yeah, go off, Dave. Wait, is he anti-Semitic? Before I get too on board. I'm a sovereign subject of God.
It is a legal
No one pay
fiction
council
that a
tax.
corporation
Yeah.
can suffer harm, loss or injury. But try telling that to the Liberals out there. The Liberals will take the piss out of us and say, oh, you're influenced by your imaginary friend in the sky.
Oh, no.
Well, that's not as bad as living under a legal fiction in which corporations are given the same rights as a flesh and blood man.
How is not wanting to pay back your mortgage not liberal? I don't understand the label. The words are confusing. Everyone's the same. I don't want to pay my mortgage because I'm a sovereign citizen. Oh, no, that is right, isn't it? That's far right. I don't fucking... It's all the same, isn't it? Is British... Yeah, we're on to British Jesus now. He's insane. But what? Listen, why is British Jesus insane? Whereas Australian Jesus is weird and Russian Jesus is cool and Filipino Jesus is evil. Why is he the insane one? This is xenophobia is what it is. We've skidded off road onto the political spectrum. I don't know why he's giving a speech about liberals not accepting that he's Jesus. I don't know.
Corporations can only act as psychopaths when a good man or woman can, as I say, in that moment, step back and say, no, I don't want to do this. I want to deprive the poorest people in the world of their food and their land. Because
how is taking money from capitalist corporations and giving it back to the people not left wing? Isn't that communism? I don't know, but I feel like that's socialism, no? This is why I'm confused by the labels, because he's like, no, I'm
The underscore Trumu says, hi, my name is Perry and I am a sovereign citizen. I hate taxes, paying mortgages, paying rent, and I really, really want the legal age of consent lowered to 10.
What the fuck? Wait, whoa, hey, what the fuck? I should have read the sentence and not stared at the camera and turned off the volume is what I should have done. Thank you for the bits. Whoa. That's TTS and not me. Thank you. Give the people back to the corporation.
That is true compassion. That is true empathy, basically. That is truly the way that you will get into the kingdom of God.
Yeah.
And obviously, this has enormous implications for things like the state of Israel and Zionism and liberalism, basically. We have seen in the reaction to Donald Trump's inauguration the true colours of liberalism.
No, where's he going? No, Dave, please.
Of a liberal president, a Democrat, a man who has increased surveillance, who has allowed...
I'm very scared where this is going because I think she's anti-Semitic, no? Let him cook. Are you sure? 420 subscribers, 69 likes. Oh, that would be good. We need to get him up to 420 subscribers. We do, because he doesn't post anymore. Or maybe she does, but under a different name. How brave are you? Do we keep going? Do we let him cook? Don't let him cook. He's cooking garbage. Oh, I want to see where it's going.
To stay open with its violations of the rule of law in the West, the right to imprisonment without trial, the fact that it's turned a blind eye to torture, the fact that this man has murdered civilians.
He's British, he can't cook, he doesn't season.
And yet these liberal demonstrators are demonstrating against Donald Trump, a man who hasn't even actually done anything yet as president. They're actually condemning the result of a democratic election, free and fair election.
All right, Dave, go off.
So this is where liberalism is, basically. Liberalism dare not condemn.
Wait, as Jesus, why is this your rant? This is why I think Dave is not Jesus. Because I feel like all the other Jesuses, Jesus, if you will, even if they're sex trafficking at the same time, they're preaching love and peace and inner spiritual happiness. Dave is just kind of going on rants about conspiracy theories. The original Jesus didn't go on political rants that often. To be fair, that's true, Thomas. He did, didn't he? You don't do anything Jesus is. Where's the love and compassion? Where's the blessed be the holy light? He's angry Jesus. He is. This is what the cost of living crisis does to you. This is what happens to British Jesus.
The evil of people like Obama. The evil of people like Tony Blair.
Okay, I'm done. I'm just gonna leave it there. I think let's not let him cook anymore. But let's see what else he got. Shayla the Christ speaks to the nation. Go on then. Oh no, he's going to talk about the Paris attacks. All right, let's Let's not. From God to Man Part 1, David Shayler, what the fuck?
Right.
He's in a Union Jack shirt. This is what happens to British Jesus. Okay? This is it's the come down under the fist of oppression.
Michael, the Christ, Shayler.
Rule,
You've been
Britannia.
conspicuous by your absence
Britannia
over
rules
the past
the waves.
12 months. And it has been a 12 months, hasn't it? What with all the phone hacking, the economy's in absolute meltdown, and things that have probably...
Me after smoking that shit
You're
from the
probably
gas
more of an
station.
authority on than most other people, and that's the Arab Spring and the uprising in Libya and all stuff about Colonel Gaddafi. So we're going to touch on these points.
Who is this lady?
A bit later on, but as you are God's highest authority on earth, the
Who is this
question
woman?
that really must be asked of you is, Tamara Eccleston, what the fuck?
I don't know
Well,
who
I
that
made
is.
some kind of intellectual comment about the sort of glibness
Where
of
have you been?
celebrity
Where have you been? Jesus
Definitely,
Christ, where have you been?
I think that the subjects that you talk about, they're so
She's Mary
overarching
Magdalene,
that we can end up sort of branching off and being really specific about stuff. But what I really want to know now is what you have been doing over the past 12 months, or what I want you to...
Oh no, where has Dave been? Why is no one talking about Jesus? Why are people ignoring that he's Jesus? You know, this whole, all the videos are like about politicians. He's literally sitting there saying, I am Jesus, and no one's discussing it. They're just skipping over it.
Right. I want to try and wind this up because it could end up being 4 hours long. But basically, third and final testament, that's what you've been doing.
Yeah, so I'll keep meaning to mention this properly, but let's just prove people there is actually a book here. The Third and Final Testament, if you can see this. Don't panic, it's the Third and Final Testament. These aren't just a series of blank pages, by the way.
Like from the Guide to the Galaxy. No, what's it called? The Ultimate Guide to the Galaxy. The Ultimate Guide to the Universe. What's it called? He just Douglas Adams us. Yeah, don't panic. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Thank you. The Third and Final Testament. Don't panic. 42. No. Stop. Oh, Dave. He has a mental illness. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. I feel quite bad. I find that funny. I don't find him funny. So that's David. He's on a cliffside here. A cheeky little man TD. Yeah, a little bit. I hope someone helps them and doesn't just leave them to their own. Where is she now? Where is she now? Maybe she has gotten help. Maybe you know, oh, here's an article. I don't know what this is, but maybe she has gotten help. And maybe she okay now? Dolores Kane. She calls herself a born rebel. I mean, it takes some element of rebellion to call yourself Jesus. So what's the last thing? The last thing was 2012, when she came out as transgender, squatting at Hackfirst Farm. Hey, I've been there. Good old Surrey. But I don't. But is that the last update? Oh no. Yeah, 2012. On Facebook. Oh god, she got a Facebook. Alright. Keep people off Facebook. Keep your parents off of Facebook, please. When was this updated? 2022. There's a big background banner of Jesus. So I think I think it's the same. But she doesn't look like she's squatting anymore. I'm not going to show you, but she doesn't look like she's squatting anymore. She looks pretty fit and good to go. So that's good. Hi happy about that. I think she probably did get some help. But there is a lot of Jesus stuff happening, but that's okay. That's okay. Poor David. Right, of all the Jesuses that we've seen today, let's do a fresh little recap. Here is Aussie Jesus.
Or AJ?
Definitely not my Lord. I'm nobody's Lord. Just call me AJ, or my name is Jesus, obviously, but most people don't feel comfortable calling me Jesus.
And that's Mary Magdalene. Jesus likes to sing Green Day acoustically. Then we've got Quibaloy. We've got Quibaloy.
The matter of faith. There
definitely is a sex trafficker. Allegedly.
That we follow. If it is God's will for us to live like this,
in a mansion,
you know,
while other people are in poverty,
have a broken heart
around
looking
him.
at me. But what can you do?
But they get.
It's God's will for me to be rich and traffic people and do immigration scams. He now very wanted by the government and the police. That's Quibaloy. Then we've got British Jesus that you just saw, good old Dave. And then we've got. Oh, of course, Siberian Jesus. Wait, he's in this video too. Siberian Jesus.
Be convincing than a former Russian traffic cop named Sergei Torop. In the
Midsummer
woods of
Jesus,
Siberia, he is known as Vissarion.
So he's just isolated people in the northern Siberia and into a little flower picking, loom weaving cult. I mean, he does manipulate people into leaving, into not being able to leave and giving over all of their possessions and blah, 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 blah. But I think that's all he's done. You know, that's all. Just classic emotional cult manipulation and imprisonment and loss of all possessions and autonomy. But apart, that's all he's done. So that's Midsummer Jesus. Then we've got Australian Jesus, who just, tries to encourage you to break up with your boyfriend. But, he's just a cool, fun guy who sings songs about it. Then you've got sex trafficker Jesus, who lives in a mansion, but does very large-scale musical performances. So there's that. Don't forget about the large-scale musical performances. And then we've got good old Dave, who rants about 9/11 conspiracies as an ex-MI5 agent and squatted in Surrey. And no one believes that they're Jesus. So, unfortunate. Pick a Jesus. Any Jesus. Go. Who would you pick? Who would you follow as your Jesus to be? Who would you give over all of your life's possessions to? You must pick one. You must. Otherwise, you're going to hell. But you can pick any of them. Well, you got to hedge your bets on one of them. If you pick the wrong one, you're also going to hell. But you got to pick. You're definitely going to hell if you don't pick. So, I mean, why not? Why not take a gamble? A little bit of gamba? How are we going? Oh, people like Aussie Jesus. That's interesting because when we polled it before, it was very split between Aussie and Siberian Jesus. But now you guys have come around to Aussie Jesus. What changed? What made you come around to Aussie Jesus? Is it because he's Australian? Is it because you forgot about the others? That's okay. That's all right. There's no struggle there. No skin off my back, as it were, as it is. So, pick a Jesus, any Jesus. Voting for Mary. Oh, it's Mary Magdalene. That's why. It's Mary Magdalene that you like. You're voting for Mary. That makes sense. Why is Perry Jesus not a choice? Because I am the truth. So it wouldn't be fair. It would be a very rigged poll if I put me on it. I am the truth. I am the Lord and Savior. I am literally Jesus. But, if it wasn't me... Wow, this is kind of a landslide. Damn! Alright, everyone. Wow. thank you so much for the stream today. I had a lot of fun. If you like what you see, remember to follow. If you don't, do it anyway. Twitter for announcements, Instagram pictures, and Discord for everything else. I go to TikTok and YouTube. I post regularly, so make sure to subscribe. And the next stream is not tomorrow, but the next day. Is it? No, it's definitely not Thursday. Friday. Because I'm on a plane on Thursday. Friday. Oh, damn. I'm sorry. Yeah, no stream on Thursday because I'm on a plane. And then Friday stream will be from DreamHack. So that's pretty fun. Come along to that. It'll be really cool. I always make an ass of myself at DreamHack because I'm standing in front of a big crowd and I always say the worst things. It's pretty funny. Enjoy. Come along. Thank you guys so much. And I'll see you Friday. My shadow's the only one that walks beside me. My shallow heart's the only thing that's beating. Sometimes I wish someone out there will find me. Till then I walk alone. Jesus Perry has Green Day too, so you're alright. You're okay. You're okay. Everyone enjoy and please be nice to Fern. I'm walking down the line, the one that divides me somewhere in my mind, on the borderline of the edge and where I walk alone. I walk alone, I walk alone. Read between the lines, we've rayed in, so I'm gonna go right.